had been working long shifts for months without a proper break, and everything started to feel like a blur. I'd wake up tired, work for hours, come home numb, sleep, and then do it all over again. My body wasn't sick, but my mind felt like it was slipping. I wanted silence, fresh air, and to be completely alone, just for a while. No phones, no people, no screens, no noise. I remembered this old cabin that used to belong to my uncle. He passed away years ago, and the place had been empty ever since. It was a simple hunting cabin deep in the woods of northern Michigan, near a lake that froze over in the winter. The cabin was rough and basic. No electricity, no plumbing, no heat except for a wood stove. Sounded perfect. It was early January, and snow had been falling almost non-stop for days. I packed everything I thought I'd need: warm clothes, sleeping bag, tools, food that wouldn't spoil, some water jugs, matches, a lantern, batteries, and a small solar-powered radio. I drove as far as the truck could go down the old Forest Service road, then hiked the rest of the way in with snowshoes and a sled to carry my supplies. It was freezing cold, but I felt good. The deeper I walked into the woods, the quieter everything became, like the world itself was holding its breath. The cabin looked just like I remembered: dark brown wood faded to gray in spots, a steep roof sagging just slightly, a small front porch with a couple of broken steps, and smoke-blackened stones from the old chimney sticking out above it. The snow had piled high around it, and everything was still. The lock was rusted, but I forced it open. Inside, it was cold and musty. A layer of dust covered everything, and I could see animal droppings near one corner. I cleaned the place up as best I could, swept out the corners, cleared the ash from the stove, and stacked the wood I'd brought inside. Once I got a fire going, the cabin slowly warmed up, and I unpacked my gear. I had no plans except to sleep, read, and sit in silence for a week. The first day was peaceful. I melted snow for water, cooked some soup, and sat by the fire until it got dark. The quiet was so deep it made my ears ring. I had no cell signal out there, and I kept my phone off anyway. I didn't even use the radio. I just sat and listened to the fire crackle and the wind blow. That night I slept hard, wrapped tight in my sleeping bag on a cot by the stove. The wind howled outside, shaking the old walls, but it felt distant, like it was part of a different world. The second day I spent outside for a bit. The snow was waist-deep in spots, but I used the snowshoes to walk down to the lake. It was frozen solid, covered in a smooth white sheet of ice and snow, completely untouched. The air burned my face, and my breath came out in clouds. I stayed out only for an hour or two before heading back. That evening I wrote in a small notebook, just thoughts about the quiet, how strange it was not to hear cars or people or see screens. I started to notice how loud small things sounded. My boots on the floor, the wood shifting in the fire, my breath. That night I woke up to a noise. A small one, just a faint crunch, like a footstep in snow. At first I thought I imagined it, or maybe it was an animal. I lay still and listened. A few seconds passed. Then another crunch. It was slow, deliberate, spaced out. One step, pause, another step. Came from outside, behind the cabin. My heart started beating faster. I sat up and waited. No more sounds came. I told myself it was a deer or some other animal, and I forced myself to go back to sleep. The third day, I didn't go far. I felt on edge, like something was off. I checked for tracks around the back of the cabin, but wind and fresh snow had erased everything. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling I wasn't alone out there. That night, I kept the fire low and stayed awake longer than usual, just watching the windows. The cabin only had two small ones, both covered with frost. I couldn't see anything outside, just vague shapes of trees under snow. Around 2 a.m., I heard it again. A step, then another. It was closer this time, right behind the cabin again. I didn't move. I sat there, heart pounding, trying to breathe quietly. The steps stopped. Then there was silence for a full minute. Then one single knock. Not a loud bang, just a soft, slow knock on the back wall, like someone pressing their knuckles into the wood gently. I didn't move. I didn't make a sound. I sat there for hours until daylight came. In the morning, I went outside and walked around the back. There were footprints this time. Human footprints. They weren't mine. I hadn't been back there at all. They came out of the woods, went straight to the cabin wall, then turned and went back into the trees. No snowshoes, just boots. Heavy ones. Deep prints. They looked fresh, edges still sharp. I wanted to pack up and leave right then, but I knew I couldn't make it back in one trip. The road was too far, and I couldn't carry everything on one sled load. I needed at least 2 trips, and it would take all day. I decided to stay one more night and leave in the morning. That day, I didn't leave the cabin at all. I kept the fire going and checked my hatchet and knife. I had no gun. I stayed away from the windows. The feeling of being watched came and went all day, like pressure building in the air. I kept thinking, what kind of person walks that deep into the woods in the middle of winter just to stand outside a cabin in the dark? That night, I barely slept. I sat by the fire again, this time with the hatchet in my lap. I tried to listen for anything, breathing, steps, anything. But the wind picked up, and the old cabin creaked and groaned. Around midnight, I heard another knock. Same spot, back wall. This time, 2 knocks. Slow, deliberate, then nothing. At first light, I packed everything I could on the sled, strapped it down tight, and put on my snowshoes. I left the rest behind: extra food, water, sleeping bag. I didn't care. I just wanted out. The trail back was harder now, fresh snow, and I kept looking over my shoulder. I didn't see anyone, but the feeling never left me. I kept moving. Took hours to get back to the truck. The road was barely passable, but the truck started, and I got out of there. When I finally reached town, I found a motel, showered, and slept for 10 straight hours. The next day, I went back to the forest office to tell someone. I reported what happened: footprints, knocking, someone walking around at night. They took my statement but didn't say much. Just nodded, wrote it down. They said it was probably a hunter or some homeless person squatting in the woods. They didn't seem too concerned. A week later, I got a call from the ranger station. They'd gone out to check the cabin just in case. They found more tracks, old ones, and a small camp not far from the cabin. Just a tarp, a fire pit, and some trash. Whoever it was, they'd been living out there for a while. But here's the part that still makes my stomach turn. The ranger told me they found something nailed to a tree near the camp. It was a photo of the cabin, taken from the woods. You could see the cabin lit up from inside. And in the window, you could see me sitting by the fire. I never heard if they caught whoever it was. I didn't want to know. I never went back. I sold the land through a lawyer. I still think about that photo sometimes. I never heard a voice, never saw a face, never found out what they wanted. But they were there, watching, waiting, and they were close, closer than I ever knew. I took a week off from work and drove out to a cabin in the northern woods. I needed time alone, not for anything emotional or dramatic, just to disconnect from everything. People, phones, computers, traffic, the usual noise. I found the cabin online, listed by a retired couple who only rented it out a few times a year. It wasn't one of those fancy vacation spots. It was old, small, and surrounded by thick trees. That's what I liked about it. The drive there was long, about 6 hours. I had loaded up the back of my car with food, water, and everything I thought I'd need. I brought a few paperbacks, a small cooler with meat and frozen meals, a first aid kit, flashlight, batteries, tools, and some old fishing gear. The cabin sat at the end of a rough dirt road, and the last part one had to drive real slow, weaving around potholes and tree roots that had cracked the ground. When I pulled up, it was already late afternoon. The cabin looked smaller in person. The roof was low, the wood siding was faded, and there was green moss covering most of the lower walls. A rusted metal chimney stuck out the side. It looked like something from a different time. There was a wooden porch on the front, and one of the support beams was cracked, leaning slightly inward. Inside, the place was exactly as the pictures had shown. A single room with a small kitchen area, a cot with a wool blanket, a wood stove, and a metal shelf with a few supplies. A narrow bathroom was built onto the side, toilet, sink, and a propane heater. No running hot water. There was a small generator out back, enough to charge my phone or power a lamp, but I didn't plan to use it much. That first night was peaceful. I heated up a meal on the propane burner and read a few chapters of a book while sitting on the porch. There was a breeze coming through the trees, soft and steady, and it carried the sound of insects and birds across the clearing. Everything smelled like pine and damp soil. Before bed, I double-checked that I had locked the door. I didn't expect any trouble, but being alone in the woods made me cautious. I also had a folding knife in my bag, just in case. The next morning, I woke up to silence. A heavy fog had rolled in, and I couldn't see more than 20 feet past the front steps. It was strange, like the whole world had disappeared. I spent the day hiking a short trail behind the cabin. It led to a small lake. I fished for an hour or two, didn't catch anything, and walked back. I didn't see another person. That was what I wanted. The first weird thing happened the next day. I was up early. I made coffee using my camp stove and sat outside again. The fog had cleared. Around 9 a.m., I decided to explore another trail that branched off to the right of the cabin. It wasn't on any maps. It looked like an old logging path. The ground was soft from recent rain, and I could see my boot prints clearly. I walked about half a mile in and saw that the trail curved uphill into thicker trees, so I turned back. When I got back to the cabin, there were 2 sets of footprints in the mud near the front door. I stopped walking. I stood there, staring at the ground. My own boot prints were there, clearly leading away from the cabin. But there were fresh ones, different tread, deeper than mine. Heavier shoes, work boots. They led from the edge of the woods to the front steps, and then back again into the trees. I looked around, scanning the woods, but there was nothing. No movement, no sound. I tried to think of a reason someone would come by. Maybe a local, someone checking on the cabin? But the prints had come and gone while I was only gone for an hour, and there were no tire tracks. No one had called out, no note, nothing. I walked up to the porch and looked around. The door was still locked. I checked all the windows. None of them were broken or open. Everything inside was exactly how I left it. Still, I felt uneasy. That night, I didn't sit outside. I kept the flashlight nearby and pulled the curtain across the one small window next to the cot. The next morning, I found something that made my stomach drop. Right next to the front door, pressed into the wood, was a small scratch mark. Just one. It was about 6 inches long, and it hadn't been there before. I noticed it while drinking coffee. I ran my fingers over it. Fresh. It had stripped the top layer of wood off. Not deep, but purposeful. Not random. Not something an animal would do. It looked like someone had dragged a knife or something sharp down the doorframe, slow and straight. I felt my heart pick up. I unlocked the door, stepped outside, and started walking around the clearing, checking the edge of the woods. Nothing. I went to the side of the cabin and looked under the porch. No one. I even circled back behind the outhouse and checked the shed. No signs of anyone. I didn't go hiking that day. I stayed close. I kept the knife in my pocket and made sure my phone was charged. I had 1 bar of signal. I didn't call anyone. I felt like maybe I was overreacting. Still, I barely slept that night. Every noise outside sounded louder. I kept imagining someone standing out in the trees, just watching, waiting. The next day, I was tired and tense. I made a plan. I would stay 1 more night, then leave in the morning. I had 4 days left on my rental, but something didn't feel right. I packed most of my gear back into the car and left only what I needed for 1 more night inside the cabin. That afternoon, I took 1 last walk to the lake trail. I stayed close, only went about 10 minutes in and came back. When I returned to the cabin, there were no new footprints, no scratches. I felt a little stupid, honestly. Maybe someone had passed by that one morning, and the scratch was something I hadn't noticed earlier. Maybe my imagination was running wild. I sat on the porch again that evening. It was quiet. The sun was setting, and the sky turned orange behind the trees. Then I noticed something. Across the clearing, maybe 40 yards away, was a tree with something on it. I hadn't noticed it before. I stood up and squinted. There was a mark, something dark near the base. I walked over. It was a carving. Someone had used a knife or a sharp object to carve into the tree bark. It was a crude shape, a triangle with a line through it. I didn't recognize it. It wasn't initials or a name. It looked like a symbol. The bark was fresh, peeled back recently. The wood underneath was still damp. I stared at it for a long time. Then I turned and walked straight back to the cabin. I locked the door, pulled the curtain, shut off the light. That night, just after midnight, I heard footsteps. Not animals, not branches falling. Real footsteps moving slow. I was lying in bed, eyes open in the dark, and I heard them on the porch, soft creaking, like weight shifting back and forth. I held my breath. I didn't move. Then I heard the doorknob turn. It didn't open. I had locked it, but I heard the sound, clear as day, the metal turning, testing. I reached into my bag and gripped the knife. I stayed frozen for maybe 10 minutes. Then the creaking stopped. Whoever it was, they were gone. The next morning, I didn't even eat breakfast. I opened the door just after sunrise and looked around. There were more boot prints, clearer now. They came up the porch steps, paused at the door, then circled the side of the cabin. I followed them. They led to the back where the generator was. The fuel line had been cut, clean slice right through the rubber. I crouched down and looked at it closely. No chew marks, not torn, clean cut, made by a blade. I stood up and stared into the woods. I couldn't see anything, but I knew someone had been watching me, following me. I didn't understand why. I hadn't seen a single car or person since I arrived. The nearest neighbor was miles away. I drove out that morning. The whole drive back, I kept checking the rearview mirror. I didn't see anyone. No vehicles followed me, but I didn't feel safe. I didn't feel like it was over. I didn't tell anyone about it for a while. A few months passed. Life got busy again. I went back to work, tried to forget about the whole thing. I chalked it up to someone messing around, a local maybe, or someone living off-grid. Someone who didn't want me there. But then, in the spring, I got a package. No return address. No name. Inside was a single item, a photograph. It was a picture of the cabin, taken from the woods. It was blurry, taken from far away, but clear enough to see the porch, the front steps, and me sitting outside reading a book. I turned it over. On the back, written in pen, were the words, "I told you not to come back." I moved apartments a month later. I changed my number. I don't go into the woods anymore. It was late September when I decided to take a short break from everything. Work had been piling up, and I hadn't taken a proper vacation in over a year. I didn't want to go anywhere crowded or fancy. I just wanted to be away from people for a while. No notifications, no city noise, no emails. I needed to clear my head. I'd rented a cabin once before, but this time I wanted to go even further out. I found a place deep in the northern woods of Montana, about 4 hours from the nearest proper town, and at least an hour and a half from the closest gas station. No internet, no phone signal, and no neighbors in sight. I found the listing on an old rental site that still had a few backwoods options. The pictures weren't great, just a few grainy images of a dark wooden cabin surrounded by dense pine trees and a dirt path leading to the front porch. It looked old but solid. It had a small kitchen, a bedroom with a queen-sized bed, a bathroom with a functioning toilet and shower, and a fireplace. That was all I needed. I packed everything I thought I'd need: canned food, instant coffee, some fresh produce, extra batteries, a first aid kit, matches, 2 flashlights, a hunting knife I barely knew how to use, and my old camping gear just in case I decided to sleep outside one night. I made sure I had 2 full jugs of drinking water and a backup charger for my car battery. I left just after sunrise on a Wednesday. The drive was long, mostly quiet, and oddly calming. Once I turned off the highway and followed a series of unmarked roads deeper into the forest, everything started to feel different. Not in a creepy way, at least not yet. Just isolated. It felt like I was slowly peeling away the layers of noise and chaos from my regular life. I didn't see another car for almost 2 hours. When I finally reached the cabin, it was just as the listing had shown. Maybe a little darker and a bit more worn down, but it stood sturdy. There was a stack of chopped firewood beside the porch and a rusted metal chair under a narrow overhang. I got out of the car, stretched, and just stood still for a while. The only sound was the wind in the trees. Felt good. The first 2 days were uneventful. I cooked simple meals, read through an old novel I'd been trying to finish for months, and went on long walks through the woods around the cabin. I always made sure to keep a trail of markers when I wandered. The trees were thick, and without a proper trail, it would have been easy to get turned around. There were no other cabins, houses, or signs of people nearby. It really was just me. The third day was when things started to shift. I'd gotten up early to boil some coffee and took it outside to sit on the porch. It had rained the night before, and everything smelled damp and earthy. I noticed something odd in the mud near the steps. A footprint. Not mine. I wasn't wearing boots like that. This print was wider, deeper, and looked fresher than anything I could have left. I bent down to take a closer look. It was pointing toward the front door, but there were no prints leading away. I told myself it might have been there before and I just hadn't noticed. Or maybe it was from whoever dropped off the firewood. But I didn't like it. I wiped it away with a stick and didn't think much more about it that day. That night, I heard something outside. It was late, maybe close to 1 a.m. I just put out the fireplace and was lying in bed, halfway asleep, when I heard a soft crunching sound. Footsteps, slow and deliberate, moving on the gravel outside. I froze. I didn't move. I just listened. The steps stopped near the window by the kitchen. I could barely breathe. There were no lights outside, but the moon was bright enough to cast shadows through the thin curtains. I waited and waited, but after about 10 minutes, nothing else happened. No knock, no sound, just silence. Eventually, I got up and tiptoed to the window, careful not to let the floor creak. I gently pulled the curtain back just an inch. I couldn't see anything. I stood there for 5 more minutes. Still nothing. I checked the front door and made sure it was locked. Then I went back to bed and lay awake until morning. I told myself again it could have been an animal. Maybe a deer, maybe a raccoon. But I couldn't shake the feeling that someone had been watching the cabin. The next morning, I found something hanging on the porch railing. A single orange hunting glove. I hadn't brought gloves. I didn't own any like that. It was damp from the rain, but it hadn't been there the day before. I checked my car and found nothing out of place, but I couldn't ignore the knot building in my stomach. I left the glove where it was and walked around the cabin. I didn't find any new tracks or signs of someone camping nearby. That day I stayed close. I didn't go for my usual walk. I kept one of the flashlights on the table and the hunting knife in my pocket. Every small sound outside felt louder than normal. The creaks in the cabin, the wind in the trees, the occasional chirp of birds. It all made my skin feel too tight. When it got dark, I blocked the windows with blankets from the closet. I locked the door, turned off every light, and sat in the corner of the living room with the flashlight and a piece of firewood in my lap like a club. I stayed like that for hours. At some point, I must have dozed off. I woke up suddenly to a loud knock. Not on the door. On the side of the cabin, 2 solid knocks. I sat up, heart pounding in my throat. Then it came again. 2 knocks, then silence. I didn't move. I didn't even breathe loud. I waited in the dark, barely blinking, for what felt like forever. Then footsteps, slow again, moving around the outside of the cabin. I gripped the piece of wood so tight I thought it might crack. But again, nothing else happened. No more knocks, no windows breaking, just footsteps that eventually faded. I didn't sleep the rest of the night. The next morning, I made a decision. I was going to leave. I didn't care that I'd paid for 2 more days. I was done. I packed my things quickly, double-checked everything, and got into the car. That's when I saw the man. He was standing about 30 feet away, just inside the tree line across from the dirt path. I don't know how long he'd been standing there. He wore an oversized orange hoodie with the hood pulled over his head. He had cargo pants, muddy boots, and I couldn't see his face clearly. He just stood there, motionless, half hidden behind the trees, not doing anything, just watching. I didn't get out. I didn't wave. I didn't honk. I just started the car and backed up onto the dirt road, my eyes flicking between the trees and the rearview mirror. He never moved. I drove faster than I should have on the bumpy road. my hands shaking the whole way. It took nearly an hour to get back to a paved road, and I didn't see another car until I hit the highway. I stayed at a roadside motel that night and barely slept again. I kept the curtains drawn and left the bathroom light on. I kept thinking about how he got that close. What did he want? Why hadn't he done anything directly? What would have happened if I hadn't left? I reported it. I called the listing site and then filed a police report with the local authorities. They told me someone would check it out, but I never heard back. A few weeks later, the listing was gone from the website, just completely removed. Months passed. I tried to forget about it. I stopped going on hikes alone. I kept my doors locked at home, even during the day. I started having nightmares about the sound of footsteps and knocks on walls. Then last week, something happened. I was walking to my car in the early morning before work. It had rained during the night. As I got in, I noticed something on the windshield. It was a single orange glove, just sitting there. It was the exact same one from the cabin. It was a Thursday morning in early October when I packed up my truck and left the city. I had been working nonstop for the past 9 months, barely taking a weekend off, and it was starting to eat away at me. The plan was simple: drive 6 hours north, settle into the old cabin my uncle left behind, and stay for at least a week. No phone, no internet, just me, a fire stove, enough canned food to last a month, and miles of trees in every direction. The cabin was deep in the woods, about a 40-minute drive from the nearest town. That last stretch was all dirt road, full of potholes and soft shoulders that could pull a wheel straight into the ditch if I wasn't careful. I made the trip just before sunset, and by the time I pulled into the clearing, the sun had dipped behind the trees, casting a cold blue shadow over everything. The cabin itself was small, just one room with a kitchenette, a table, and a twin bed pushed up against the back wall. No electricity, just a couple of old oil lanterns hanging from the beams and a big wood stove in the corner that gave off heat if you fed it constantly. There was an outhouse about 20 steps behind the cabin, near the tree line. That first night, I made a small fire outside, heated a can of beans, and ate while sitting on a thick tree stump. The air smelled of pine and damp soil. It was dead silent, not even the sound of wind or bugs. It was peaceful. I went to bed early that night, exhausted from the drive and the last few weeks of stress. The bed creaked every time I moved, but I didn't mind. I pulled the thick wool blanket over me and stared at the dark wooden beams on the ceiling until I drifted off. I woke up once during the night to use the outhouse. The cold bit into my skin as I stepped outside. My boots crunched against frost-hardened dirt. I didn't bring a lantern, just my flashlight, which cast a long, thin beam through the dark trees. The shadows moved and shifted every time I turned. I didn't like that. Something about it made me feel like I was being watched. But I shook the feeling off, finished up in the outhouse, and went straight back to bed. The next morning, I got up with the sun. I spent most of the day chopping wood, organizing my supplies, and walking around the area to get familiar with the trails. There was an old shed about 100 feet away from the cabin, tucked behind some thick brush. I found some old tools in there, most of them rusted or half-broken. I also found a deer skull nailed to one of the inside walls. It must have been there for years. The bone was brittle and sun-bleached. That second night, I built another fire outside and watched the stars come out. It got colder after dark, colder than I expected. I had to go back inside and start the stove early. As I was heading in, I thought I saw something near the trees, just a shape. Could have been an animal or maybe just the shadows playing tricks on my eyes. I didn't see anything when I pointed the flashlight in that direction. No sound, no movement. Still, I kept checking out the window every 10 minutes or so until I finally went to bed. By the third day, I was starting to settle in. My routine was simple. I'd wake up early, heat some canned food, go on a short hike, maybe fish if I felt like it, then chop wood for the stove and keep an eye on the weather. I didn't have any phone signal out there, and the radio only picked up one station which mostly played static and country music. I didn't mind. That was the point, to be cut off. Around late afternoon, I was walking back to the cabin from a trail I'd followed north when I noticed something odd. There were footprints in the dirt road that led toward the cabin. Not mine. These were bigger than mine, and the tread pattern didn't match my boots. They were fresher, too, not dried or blown over by leaves. They came out of the woods, stopped near the front porch, and then doubled back toward the trees. I just stood there for a few minutes, staring down at them. The prints were spaced out like whoever made them had a long stride. My first thought was maybe a hunter had wandered through. This land wasn't fenced, and there were no trespassing signs. Still, it was a weird place to wander into by accident. There were no trail markers out here, and the cabin wasn't visible from the road unless you were looking for it. I didn't see or hear anyone in the woods, and I wasn't about to go looking. I checked inside the cabin, made sure everything was how I left it. Nothing looked touched. Nothing was missing. I tried to ignore it. I ate dinner inside that night and didn't bother with the fire outside. Just stayed in, locked the door, and kept the stove going. Around midnight, I woke up to a sound. It was faint at first, just a light crunching noise, like footsteps moving through leaves. Slow, steady. I sat up in bed and held my breath. The noise stopped. I waited. Nothing. Then I heard it again, this time closer. It was coming from behind the cabin, near the outhouse. I moved quietly toward the window and looked out. The moonlight was bright enough to light the yard. I scanned the tree line but didn't see anything. The sounds stopped again. I waited a while, then crawled back into bed. But I didn't sleep well after that. The next morning, I found more footprints. These ones were around the outhouse in a circle. It looked like someone had been walking around it in the middle of the night. There were no animal tracks, no claw marks or signs of digging. Just the same boot prints from before. I stood there for a long time, staring at them. The cabin suddenly didn't feel like a retreat anymore. Felt exposed. I stayed close to the cabin that day. I chopped more wood, refilled the water barrels, and cleaned the rifle my uncle had left in the closet. I wasn't a hunter, but I'd used rifles before. I loaded it and kept it near the bed after that. That night, it happened again. Same sounds. Slow footsteps. Circling. Stopping. Starting again. I stood by the window for almost an hour, watching. At one point, I saw movement between the trees just for a second. A shape moving from left to right, then gone. My flashlight didn't reach that far. I kept the lanterns off and stayed quiet. The next morning, I decided I had to do something. I couldn't keep pretending it was nothing. I followed the footprints into the woods, rifle slung over my shoulder, heart pounding in my chest. The prints went deep, farther than I expected. It took me nearly half an hour just to follow them through the brush and up a small ridge. Then they disappeared. Gone. No more prints, no sign of a camp or tracks or anything. I turned around and started back, feeling more exposed than ever. I couldn't shake the feeling that someone was watching me, hidden behind one of the trees. I stopped walking a few times just to listen. Silence, but the kind of silence that made your skin crawl. Not peaceful, unnatural. That night, I didn't sleep. I sat in the dark with the rifle across my lap, listening. The sounds came back just like before, but this time they got closer, right up to the walls of the cabin. I could hear breathing outside. Not loud, but steady. It lasted a long time. Then it stopped. In the morning, I stepped outside and found something new. A pile of small rocks, neatly stacked, right in front of the door. Just 5 or 6 flat stones, balanced on top of each other, like a marker or a warning. I kicked them over and backed into the cabin, locking the door behind me. I started packing my things. I told myself I'd leave in the morning. I didn't want to drive that road in the dark, but something in my gut told me I shouldn't wait. Then I noticed something else. The shed door was open. I hadn't touched it since day one. I went over, slow and quiet, rifle in hand. The inside looked the same, but one of the tools, the old axe, was gone. I backed away and went straight into the cabin. I didn't eat dinner. I didn't turn on any lights. I just sat in the corner, rifle ready, heart racing. I kept glancing at the door and the windows. Every little creak made me jump. Around 3 a.m., I heard the sound again. This time, it wasn't footsteps. It was breathing. Heavy, loud breathing, right outside the window. I held my breath and stared. I couldn't see anything, but I felt it, the presence. Whoever it was, they were inches from me, with only thin glass between us. Then came the sound of wood scraping against wood. Slow, deliberate. I waited. Eventually, the sound faded. I didn't move until the sun came up. When I finally opened the door, the first thing I saw was the axe. It was stuck in the ground, blade down, right in the middle of the clearing, buried deep. Next to it was a small, freshly carved wooden figure. It looked like a person, like me. That was it. I loaded everything into my truck without even bothering to clean up. I didn't stop to eat, didn't use the outhouse, didn't even put out the fire in the stove. I just drove, fast. I didn't stop until I hit the highway hours later. It's been months since that trip. I haven't gone back. I don't plan to. I tried to report it, but the local sheriff just shrugged it off. Said it was probably just a hunter or someone passing through. No crime, no evidence, nothing they could do. But I know what I heard, what I saw. Someone was watching me out there. Someone who knew how to move quietly, how to leave signs without being seen. I've been working non-stop for over a year without a proper break. Just waking up, going to work, sitting in traffic, coming home, eating whatever, then sleeping and doing it all again the next day. The city was loud. My apartment walls were thin. I felt like I hadn't had a real moment of silence in forever. One night, I stayed up browsing places to get away. I didn't want a hotel or a resort. I didn't want people or scheduled breakfasts or spa music. I wanted nature, trees, cold air, a quiet place where nobody could bother me. I found a listing for a small off-grid cabin in northern Idaho. The photos showed a wooden structure about the size of a one-room studio, with a small deck and a trail leading into thick forest. There was no cell service, no internet, no electricity, just a wood stove, a small propane burner, a bed, and a bunch of lanterns and tools. The owner only allowed adults and capped stays at 7 days. That sounded perfect. I booked it for a week starting the next Friday. Took some time off work, bought groceries, packed my bag with clothes, a couple flashlights, a knife, a solar battery for emergencies, and a thick book I'd been meaning to finish for years. The drive from my place to the cabin was about 8 hours, most of it highway until the last 90 minutes or so. That last stretch was all dirt roads and unpaved turns through thick trees. I followed GPS until it cut out, then used printed directions the owner had sent me by email. I kept checking the time, noticing how far I was getting from any town or main road. I stopped once for gas and coffee, then kept going until I hit a faded wooden sign nailed to a tree with the cabin's name scratched into it. That was the turnoff. The final road wasn't really a road, more like 2 tire tracks in the dirt. Bushes scratched my car as I drove in. The trees felt like they were getting taller, darker, closer. It was dead quiet outside except for the occasional bird. Eventually, I reached a small clearing and saw the cabin. It looked just like the pictures. Small, simple, just wood and nails and a metal chimney pipe sticking out the top. The windows were shut and the door had a heavy iron latch on it. The clearing was maybe 20 feet across with big pines all around. There was a woodpile stacked neatly on one side, covered with a tarp, and an axe buried in a chopping stump nearby. I parked a little off to the side and turned off the engine. The silence hit immediately. I just sat there for a minute. No cars, no voices, no sirens, just wind in the trees and the ticking of my car cooling down. Felt right. I brought my bag inside and looked around. The inside was even more basic than I expected. A single bed with wool blankets, a wooden table, a couple shelves with old tools, cooking gear, candles, lanterns, some canned goods, a metal stove in the corner. The floor creaked a little when I walked. There were 2 windows, both shuttered from the inside. It smelled like old wood and ashes. There was a small journal on the table with a note from the owner. It explained where the water barrels were, outside near the shed, how to start the stove, where to find extra firewood, and a warning not to wander too far off the marked trails because the forest could get disorienting. I lit a lantern and unpacked slowly. There wasn't much to do. I made some soup on the little burner, ate quietly, then sat outside on the deck as the sun started to go down. The air was cold but fresh. I could see my breath. Trees surrounded the clearing in every direction. There was a narrow trail that led off into the woods. The dirt looked dry and packed, with a few footprints on it that looked old. By dark, I went inside and got a fire going. The heat from the stove filled the space quickly. I read a few chapters of my book, then lay in bed and listened to the fire crackle. I fell asleep fast. The first couple days were peaceful. I got into a rhythm. Wake up with the light, stretch, heat some water on the burner for tea, walk the trail a little, chop some wood, read, eat, sit outside, write in a notebook I brought. The silence was thick. At first it felt relaxing. My brain started to slow down. Thoughts got simpler. My breathing felt deeper. I stopped thinking about work or texts or emails. But then I noticed how loud small things became. A squirrel running across the roof sounded like footsteps. The creak of the trees in the wind sounded like groans. Once I dropped a cup and the sound made my chest jump. At night, every snap of a twig outside made me freeze for a second. I kept telling myself it was animals, deer, raccoons, maybe a bear in the distance. This was forest. This was normal. I kept the lantern by my bed every night. Sometimes I'd wake up at 2 or 3 in the morning and just lie still, listening. The fire would be out and the cabin would be ice cold. I'd hear things outside sometimes. Rustling, movement, something knocking against the side wall once. Just the wind, probably. But I couldn't shake this feeling that I was being watched. That something was just out of sight. Like when I stood outside and stared into the trees, it felt like something was behind them, waiting for me to look away. On the 4th night, something changed. I was reading inside with the lantern lit and the fire going when I heard a sound from outside. Not an animal sound, not wind. It was like a footstep on dry leaves. Then another, then nothing. I sat still. I didn't move or breathe for a few seconds. I waited. Then there was a second sound, like something brushing against the side of the cabin. I got up and turned down the lantern. The windows were shuttered, so I couldn't see out. I pressed my ear to the wall. I thought I heard breathing, slow and low. I grabbed my flashlight and opened the front door just a crack. Cold air rushed in. I pointed the light out across the clearing. Nothing, just trees. I stepped out slowly and swept the light around. I didn't see anything. No eye shine, no movement. I walked to the edge of the clearing, shining the light into the woods. Still nothing. But then I turned around and saw it. Not a person, not an animal. Footprints, in the dirt, right in front of the cabin steps. Fresh, deep, not mine. They led from the woods, stopped at the deck, then turned and went back into the trees. I followed them with the light until they disappeared into the trail. The prints were from boots, big ones, maybe size 11 or 12. Not hiking boots like mine, something heavier. I stood there for a long time, scanning the trees. My breath was short. My hands were shaking. Eventually, I went back inside, bolted the door, pulled the shutters tight, and kept the axe near the bed. I didn't sleep much that night. The next morning, I checked around the cabin. No new prints, nothing missing, but the air felt wrong, heavier, quieter. I didn't go for my walk. I stayed close, chopped wood to distract myself, read but couldn't focus, kept looking out the windows every 5 minutes. That night, I made a fire and tried to calm down. I told myself it could have been a hunter, maybe someone hiking off trail, someone lost. Maybe they saw the cabin and came close, then realized it was occupied and left. But deep down, I didn't believe that. At around midnight, I woke up from a dream I don't remember. The fire was out, the lantern was low, and I smelled something. It was faint but sharp, like metal, like blood. I sat up and listened. There was something moving outside. Slow, careful, crunching twigs. Then I heard the back door creak. There was no back door. I froze. My ears rang. My skin felt electric. I got out of bed as quietly as I could and grabbed the axe. I went to the far window and opened the shutter just enough to peek out. I couldn't see anything. I stood like that for 10 minutes, barely breathing. Nothing moved. Eventually, I sat down and waited with the axe across my lap until morning. When the sun came up, I opened the door and looked around. There were more footprints. Same boots, same path, from the trail to the deck, then around the side of the cabin. I walked the perimeter and stopped at the back wall. There were scratches on the wood, high up, like someone dragged something metal across it. Not a bear, not claws, straight lines. I packed my bag. I was going to leave early. I grabbed my stuff, locked the cabin, and got in my car. Turned the key. Nothing. The battery was dead. I tried again. Click, click, nothing. I popped the hood. Everything looked fine. No damage, no bite marks, no chewed wires. It just wouldn't start. I had no signal, no radio, no flares. The trail was too rough to walk for hours with all my gear, and the closest road was probably 15 miles away. I had no choice but to go back inside and wait. That afternoon, I sat on the deck with the axe on my lap, staring at the trees, waiting. Nothing came. When it got dark, I went inside and blocked the door with the table. I kept the lantern low and didn't make a fire. At some point, I must have drifted off in the chair. A loud bang. I didn't go to the cabin to clear my head or to find peace or anything like that. I just needed a place to stay while I worked on a piece of land I had bought. It was a small lot, not even 5 acres, out in the middle of nowhere near the edge of the forest in northern Idaho. There was nothing special about the land, but it was cheap, and I figured I could put a trailer on it or maybe even build something from scratch if I stayed long enough. A guy I knew through a buddy had a cabin about 10 miles from my land. It was one of those old hunting cabins people build with no insulation, no running water, and not much more than 4 walls and a roof. It sat back off a dirt road that itself branched off an old Forest Service trail that barely showed up on satellite maps. He said I could stay there for free as long as I didn't trash it. So I packed up my things, bought some supplies, and made the drive up there with a beat-up old pickup and a week's worth of gas cans in the back. I had a few tools, a sleeping bag, a small camp stove, and about 2 weeks' worth of food. I figured I could always drive back to town if I needed something else. The first day was nothing out of the ordinary. I unlocked the cabin with the key the guy had left under a loose rock by the door. The place smelled like mildew and dried mud and maybe a bit like animals, though I didn't see any. There were spider webs in all the corners and dust on every flat surface. It hadn't been used in a while, but nothing felt wrong, just old and forgotten. There was one main room with a small table, 2 chairs, a counter along one wall with a rusty sink basin that wasn't hooked up to anything, and a cast iron wood stove in the corner that looked like it hadn't been lit in years. A door led to a tiny back room with a cot frame and a mattress that I covered with my sleeping bag. That was it. No electricity, no plumbing, no signal. I liked that. I was used to quiet. I actually looked forward to being disconnected. That first night, I slept early and hard. It got cold fast after the sun dropped behind the trees, but I had enough layers to be comfortable. I didn't even use the stove, just stayed bundled in the bag and read a paperback with a headlamp until I drifted off. The second night was when things started feeling off. I had spent most of that day cutting brush and walking the boundaries of my land. I didn't see a single person, not one car, not even a footprint that wasn't mine. That's how far out I was. When I got back to the cabin that evening, something small caught my eye right away. The chair by the table had moved, just a few inches. Maybe it was nothing. Maybe I bumped it when I left in the morning. I told myself not to be weird about it. It's easy to let your imagination run when you're out alone. But then I saw the top of the peanut butter jar I left on the counter wasn't screwed on tight. I knew I had closed it all the way because the night before, I'd made a mental note about how the lid cracked when I turned it too hard. I had actually thought I might break the plastic, but now it was just resting there, twisted halfway on. That time, I didn't brush it off. I stood still for a minute, looking around the room like something might suddenly move. I even stepped outside and walked around the cabin. There weren't any footprints, not that I could really tell with all the pine needles and leaves, but I didn't see anything disturbed. I checked the door, too. The lock was still working, and the frame hadn't been touched. Still, I started keeping my knife with me after that, even when I slept. The next day, I went to work on a spot I had picked out to maybe clear for a shed. I spent hours out there, just dragging fallen limbs and piling up brush. It was quiet the whole time. Too quiet. No birds, no bugs, not even the wind. At one point, I stopped what I was doing and just stood still. Not for a reason, really. Something in my gut told me to listen. I didn't hear anything at first, but then, faint, like it was far away, I thought I heard a branch crack. Just one. I turned slowly, scanning the treeline. Nothing moved. I stared for a while, then forced myself to keep working. But I couldn't stop checking over my shoulder. After an hour, I packed it up and went back to the cabin early. That night, I pushed the table in front of the door. I knew it wouldn't stop anyone who really wanted in, but it made me feel better. I also tied a piece of dental floss to the door handle and pinned the other end to the table. If someone came in while I was asleep, the thread would break. I thought I was being paranoid, but better paranoid than stupid. I had a hard time falling asleep. Every creak and thump the old wood made had me staring into the dark. Eventually, I drifted off. When I woke up in the morning, I saw the floss was broken. I sat up straight and scanned the room. The table was still in front of the door. Nothing looked out of place. I got up and looked closer. The door was still latched from the inside. The thread had definitely been pulled, but it wasn't snapped like someone had kicked the door in. It was broken like it had been cut or carefully pulled until it gave. I checked the windows. One in the back room had a small crack open for air. I had left it like that since the first day. It had no screen, and the window didn't lock. It just pushed open on hinges. There was no way to tell for sure, but it wouldn't be hard for someone to reach through and get in. That was the morning I stopped feeling safe. I spent the rest of the day triple-checking everything. I found a couple nails and used them to fix the back window so it wouldn't open at all. I tied a new piece of string on the front door and added another line from the window frame to a nail in the floor, like a makeshift alarm. I stacked firewood against the side of the cabin, trying to cover the windows from view. It didn't make the place any stronger, but it made me feel less exposed. That night, I didn't sleep much. I lay still in the dark for hours, listening. At one point, I thought I heard something brushing against the wall outside. Just once. A soft scraping. I stayed frozen, breathing through my nose, holding the knife tight in one hand under the blanket. I didn't check. I didn't want to know. In the morning, the string on the window was loose. I kept telling myself it could have been wind, or maybe the nails slipped. But I didn't believe it. I knew someone had been inside again. I checked my backpack. One of the zippers was halfway open. Nothing looked stolen, but I couldn't remember leaving it that way. I should have left right then, but I didn't. I told myself I could handle it, that I just had to be smarter than whoever was messing with me. I started staying awake longer, keeping watch with the lights off. I moved the table again, reset the traps. I barely left the cabin anymore. On the 7th night, I heard it clearly. Footsteps outside. Not on leaves. Not a squirrel. Not the wind. Human steps on dirt. Slow and spaced. I sat up slowly and turned off the lamp. My knife was already in my hand. I moved to the wall, pressed my ear to it, and held my breath. The steps circled the cabin. I felt every hair on my arms stand up. I was sure they were going to try the door, but they didn't. The footsteps stopped by the back wall. I waited. Nothing. Then the scratching started again, like fingernails or metal brushing slow against the wood. It went on for a full minute, then stopped. Then silence. No footsteps walking away. I didn't sleep at all that night. By the time the sun came up, I had made up my mind to leave. I didn't care about the land. I didn't care about the money. I packed my bag, loaded the truck, and got out of there. But I made one mistake. I didn't check the back of the truck before I drove off. I didn't notice anything until I was halfway to the main road, miles from the cabin. I stopped for gas and went to open the tailgate. That's when I saw it, a boot print, in the bed of the truck, right next to my gas cans. It wasn't mine. That's when everything hit me at once. I had been watched from the start. Whoever it was had probably been out there for days before I arrived. They knew the area. They knew the cabin. They had been inside. They had been inches from me in the dark, maybe even watching me sleep. And now I had driven away with no clue if they were following. I didn't see anyone at the gas station, but I felt eyes on me the whole time. I drove straight back to the city, didn't stop once. I never went back. A few weeks later, I called the guy who owned the cabin and told him he should board it up. He laughed like I was joking. I didn't explain. I still don't know who was out there or what they wanted. But I know this, they were patient. They were quiet. And they never tried to hurt me, not while I was awake. They didn't have to. They already knew everything they needed, and they were already inside. I was looking to disappear for a while, not in the dramatic way people talk about it when they want to run from their life, but just quietly. A few weeks away from the office, from emails, from phone calls, from people in general. I needed some silence that went beyond earplugs and airplane mode. The kind of silence you only get when there's nobody around for miles and the only thing you hear is wind pushing against trees. So I rented a cabin. Not one of those tourist trap cabins with hot tubs and wall-mounted flat screens. This was a small structure, deep in the forest in northern Montana, far off any main road. No power, no Wi-Fi, no cell signal. The guy who rented it to me was a friend of a friend. He told me it was used as a hunting shelter, and it was insulated enough to stay warm with a good fire going. There was a small stream nearby, a backup generator if needed, and a big shed where firewood was stored. No neighbors, no lights, no noise. I packed enough supplies for 2 weeks. Cans, rice, beans, oats, jerky, trail mix, a camping stove, and a few tools. I had my sleeping bag, blankets, thick winter gear, and a handgun I kept locked in a case, just in case something four-legged decided I looked like dinner. I brought 3 books, a notebook, and an old iPod loaded with music and audiobooks. It was mid-January. I knew it would snow, maybe heavily. I wanted that. Snow would keep people out. That was the point. The drive up took most of a day. The last 20 miles were slow and rough, just a dirt trail packed with frozen snow and ice. I parked my truck behind the cabin where the treeline thickened and walked around to check everything out before bringing my gear inside. The cabin was simple. 1 room, wooden walls, a small stove against the far wall, a cot, a table, and a chair. There were hooks along one wall for coats, a few shelves with some rusted tools and old camping gear, and a steel chimney rising through the ceiling. The windows were small and had wooden shutters. There was no plumbing, just an outhouse down a short trail through the trees. The air inside smelled like dry pine and old fire smoke. I liked it immediately. I settled in fast, chopped wood, swept out some dust, unpacked my food, and got a fire going. The stove worked fine. By evening, I was warm and alone and listening to the sound of wind moving gently over the roof. I sat for hours without doing much of anything, just listening, watching shadows shift with the firelight. The first 3 days were quiet. I woke with the sunrise and went to sleep with the dark. I spent time walking around the trees nearby, reading, boiling snow for water, making simple meals. It snowed the second night and covered the trees in white. I watched flakes drift through the air for hours. It was what I came for. The 4th morning, I noticed something strange. I went outside with my mug of instant coffee, planning to check the woodshed for more kindling. That's when I saw the tracks. Boot prints, fresh, deep, still sharp around the edges. They came from the tree line to the west, stopped about 20 feet from the cabin, then turned around and went back the same way. They hadn't been there the night before. I was sure of that. I always checked outside before bed, just out of habit, and I would have noticed something like that. It had snowed lightly that night, but not enough to cover the tracks. They were fresh within a few hours, maybe less. I walked along the prints, following them a little ways into the trees. I expected to see where they'd come from, a snowmobile trail or maybe someone hunting nearby. But the prints just kept going into the forest until they started to fade under a new dusting of snow. There weren't any drag marks, no animal prints, nothing else. Just boots, human boots, medium size, heavy tread. No signs of slipping or rushing. Whoever it was walked deliberately, stood outside my cabin for a minute, then walked away. I waited a while at the edge of the woods, just staring into the trees. It was quiet, cold. I listened for movement, breathing, anything, but there was nothing. I told myself it was probably a hunter. Maybe someone who didn't know the cabin was in use. Maybe someone who was lost, saw the place, and thought better of knocking. But it didn't feel that way. Back inside, I closed the shutters and kept the fire low. I didn't like the idea of glowing light spilling out into the trees now. That night, I stayed awake for hours, just listening. Every pop of the stove made my heart jump. Every gust of wind scraping against the wood made me sit up. Nothing happened. The next day, I checked the trees in every direction. No new prints. No signs of animals or people. I even walked a good distance west, hoping to see a trail or a hunting blind, something to explain the visit. But there was nothing. I went back and tried to settle down again. Made lunch. Read half a chapter of my book. Tried to write in my notebook, but kept staring at the door. That night, I slept lightly. I kept the fire going low and left my boots near the bed. Around 3 in the morning, I woke up to a sound. Not the stove, not the wind. It was a thump, like something hitting the outside of the wall. Not hard, just one, then silence. Then another closer to the back window. I sat up and waited. No light, no movement. I didn't open the shutters. I just sat there holding my breath, listening for more. Another sound came after a long pause. A crunch, snow underfoot, then a dragging sound, soft, like something heavy being pulled over wood. I waited. 10 minutes passed, then 20. I didn't hear anything else. I finally got up, moved slowly to the window, and peeked through the edge of the shutter. Nothing. Still trees, still white. But the next morning, I found something new. Out by the woodshed, about 10 feet away, there was a pile of small bones in the snow. Clean bones, picked clean, like from a rabbit or maybe a bird, arranged in a sort of messy circle, sticks scattered around them. Not natural, not something an animal would do. It looked placed. I stood there for a long time, staring at them. Who would do that? I kicked them apart and shoveled snow over them. I didn't want to see them again. That day, I made a plan. I told myself I'd wait one more night. If anything else happened, I'd pack up and leave in the morning. I had enough gas to make it back to town. My truck had started fine the last few days, and the weather report before I left hadn't called for a serious storm. That night, I didn't sleep. I sat near the stove with the fire low and kept my jacket on. I kept the gun nearby, still locked, still in the case, but reachable. Started around 1 a.m. A slow scrape against the door. Not knocking, just something dragging lightly over the wood. I froze. Then footsteps, slow, deliberate, around the cabin, circling, crunch, crunch, crunch. Then silence, then thumping, soft, random, first on one wall, then another, then on the roof. Something or someone was on the roof. I didn't move, I didn't breathe, then nothing, just the wind again. I waited until dawn before moving. The second the sun was up, I opened the door. The snow around the cabin was a mess. Footprints everywhere, circling, pacing, stopping by windows. At least 2 sets, maybe more. Some deep, some shallow, some overlapping, like whoever had been there had spent hours walking around. On the roof, I saw where snow had been disturbed, slid down in clumps. Boot prints up there, too. This wasn't someone lost. This wasn't some curious hunter. They knew I was there. They were watching, playing. I packed my gear in under 10 minutes. No breakfast, no fire. I just grabbed my bag, double-checked my gun, and got outside. I started the truck, coughed, struggled, then died. I tried again. Nothing. I opened the hood. Everything looked fine. Battery was good. Fuel was there. I checked wires. Then I saw it. The distributor cap was gone. Just gone. Ripped out. No animal did that. I went cold all over. I stood there in the snow, breathing hard, looking at the trees. They had sabotaged my truck. Whoever had been walking around, they didn't want me to leave. I locked myself in the cab, shaking. I stayed there for hours watching the woods. Then I made a choice. I packed only what I could carry. Essentials: water, food, gun, a small flashlight. I marked my compass and started walking east, toward the highway I had come from. It was at least 15 miles, but I knew the general direction. I didn't look back. I walked hard for hours. The snow was deep, and it slowed me down, but I pushed through. I stayed off the trail, moving through trees to avoid being seen. By afternoon, the sky started to darken. I heard something behind me, footsteps, not close but not far. I stopped. They stopped. I started walking again, faster. So did they. I didn't run. I knew I wouldn't make it if I burned out early. I just kept moving. As it got darker, I saw an old hunting tower in the distance, wooden, barely holding together. I don't know what made me book that cabin. Maybe it was the need to get away from everything. Work was eating me alive. I was working 6 days a week, staring at a screen, barely sleeping, barely eating right, and every day started blending into the next. I thought I just needed a break. No internet, no emails, no people, just quiet. So I looked for something deep in the woods, far from town, something that didn't even have cell reception. I found a listing for a cabin near a place called Pine Lake. It looked old but solid. No fancy stuff, just a small wood cabin, a lake out front, some pine trees, and complete silence. It said the closest road was about 4 miles away, and that the cabin could only be reached by hiking or using a rough forest trail. That sealed the deal. I booked it for a week. I left on a Monday morning in early October. The air was cold but dry, perfect hiking weather. I parked my car at a gravel turnout marked with a wooden post that had Pine Lake Trail carved into it. There was nothing else around, no signs, no maps, no ranger station. Just me, my backpack, and a trail that disappeared into thick trees. It was already quiet out there, too quiet actually. I remember noticing how I couldn't hear any cars. No wind, not even birds. The hike in wasn't easy. The trail was narrow, barely used. I had to duck under branches, step over logs, and watch my footing on patches of mud and loose rocks. It was uphill for a while, then dipped down through dense trees. Took me about an hour and 40 minutes before I saw the roof of the cabin through the trees. It sat just a few feet from the edge of a lake, like the listing showed. The water was still and dark, surrounded by tall pines that went on in every direction. The cabin looked older than I expected. Gray wood, moss along the roofline, small windows. There was a single wooden door, a stone chimney, and a little porch with 2 old chairs. Inside it was small, just one main room with a bed in the corner, a wood stove, a table, 2 chairs, and some shelves with basic stuff like matches, candles, canned food, and cooking pans. There was a hand pump sink, and an outhouse was located about 30 yards away behind some trees. No electricity, no running water, no internet. Exactly what I wanted. I spent the first couple hours just settling in, laying out supplies, checking the food stash, and making a small fire in the stove to take the chill off. The sun set behind the trees early. By 6:30, it was getting dark fast. I lit a few candles and sat on the porch for a bit, listening to the lake. I thought I'd feel peaceful, but something about the silence was unsettling. It wasn't just quiet, it felt dead. I realized I hadn't heard a single bird or insect since I got there. I chalked it up to the season, but it still felt off. That first night was hard. The wind picked up and rattled the walls. I could hear creaks and groans from the wood frame as the temperature dropped. I kept thinking I was hearing something move outside, maybe an animal, but when I shined my flashlight out the window, I saw nothing. I barely slept. Every sound had me wide awake. The next morning I woke up early, still feeling tired. I made oatmeal on a small propane burner and walked down to the edge of the lake. It was perfectly still again, like glass. The trees reflected on the surface. I didn't see any fish jumping or insects skimming across. No ducks, no geese, just stillness. I walked around the lake a bit, sticking close to the edge. On the far side, the trees thickened and the ground turned boggy. I found the remains of a broken dock, just a few rotten posts sticking out of the water. It looked like no one had used it in decades. As I stood there, I thought I saw something move at the treeline across the lake, just a flicker of motion. I waited and watched, but nothing moved again. I went back to the cabin and spent the rest of the day reading, writing in a notebook, eating, and trying to enjoy the peace. But there was a strange tension in my chest I couldn't shake. It wasn't fear exactly, just a sense that I was being watched. That night, I tried to ignore it, but it got worse. Around midnight, I woke up to a sound outside, footsteps, slow and heavy. They moved around the side of the cabin, then stopped. I held my breath. I had no cell signal, no weapon, and the only light was my flashlight. I stayed in bed, barely breathing. After a while, the footsteps moved away. I didn't sleep the rest of the night. The third day, I searched around the cabin to see if there were footprints or signs of animals. I didn't find anything. No tracks, no broken branches, nothing. The ground was dry enough that something walking around should have left prints. I couldn't explain it. I told myself maybe it was a deer. Maybe it circled the cabin and left. I tried to enjoy the day, but the feeling of being watched was stronger than ever. That night, it happened again. Footsteps, this time slower, almost dragging. I sat up in bed with my flashlight and pointed it at the door. I didn't move. The steps stopped right outside. Then I heard a soft scraping on the door, like nails or fingers. It lasted maybe 10 seconds. Then silence. I didn't sleep at all. By the fourth day, I was unraveling. I was tired, jumpy, and paranoid. I started questioning if I was imagining it. Maybe it was sleep deprivation. Maybe being alone in the woods was getting to my head. I decided to hike out the next day. I still had 3 days left, but it wasn't worth it. I needed to get out. I started packing that evening. Just after sundown, I heard something new. A sound near the outhouse. A rustling, then a low thump. I stepped out on the porch with my flashlight. I aimed it toward the trees behind the outhouse. I couldn't see anything, but I stood there for several minutes. Then I heard a branch snap. Not from the same place, from the opposite side of the cabin. I turned, aimed the light, but again, saw nothing. I backed into the cabin and bolted the door. I stayed awake the entire night, sitting at the table with the flashlight in one hand and a heavy iron pan in the other. When morning came, I wasted no time. I packed everything fast and strapped on my backpack. I stepped out onto the porch and froze. There were boot prints in the dirt. Not hiking boots, old-style work boots. Deep tread, large size. They led from the edge of the woods, circled the cabin, and ended right at the front door. I hadn't heard anyone approach during the night. I hadn't heard them leave either. Whoever it was had been silent, careful. Watching me, I started down the trail as fast as I could go. I didn't care about the mud or branches. I just wanted to get out of those woods. About halfway back to my car, I heard something behind me, a second set of footsteps. I stopped and listened. Nothing. I started walking again, then stopped suddenly and heard it again. Crunching leaves, snapping twigs, close. I spun around, but the forest was empty. I moved faster. I didn't stop again. I reached my car around noon. I opened the door, threw my pack inside, and looked back at the woods. For a brief second, I saw someone standing about 30 feet into the trees. They were wearing dark clothes, head slightly turned, body completely still. I blinked and they were gone, just vanished into the trees. I drove away fast. I didn't stop until I was 2 towns over. I checked into a motel and slept for 16 straight hours. When I got home, I tried to forget it, but I couldn't. I had nightmares. I kept seeing that figure in the trees, hearing those footsteps outside the cabin. A few weeks later, I got curious and looked up Pine Lake online. I found almost nothing. No official campground, no park records, but I did find an old forum post from 2011. Someone had asked about cabins near Pine Lake. One reply caught my attention. It said, "Used to hunt up there. Only one cabin on the north side. Locals don't go near it. Strange stories. People go missing. Don't spend the night." I didn't save the post. When I went back later, it was gone. Ending clear and detailed. It's been almost a year now. I never went back to the woods. I moved to a city, got a different job, and tried to stay busy. But the memories haven't faded. I still think about that cabin, those silent nights, and those footsteps. I've thought about going to the police, but what would I say? That someone was outside my cabin? That I saw boot prints and heard footsteps? That isn't a crime. There was no evidence of anything illegal. No cameras, no proof. And deep down, I think whoever was out there didn't want to hurt me. Not yet. They were watching, testing, waiting. Maybe for me to stay longer. Maybe for me to come back. I won't, ever. I've looked up similar stories, people who've stayed in remote cabins and felt watched. Some disappear, some don't come back at all. I was lucky. I left before whatever was out there decided to stop watching and start doing something worse. So now, I live in a third-floor apartment with neighbors on all sides. I don't go hiking anymore. I wasn't trying to run away from anything. I just needed time away. I worked in a small office doing data entry and nothing exciting ever happened. Every day was just the same. I'd wake up, check my phone, drink instant coffee, sit in traffic, type numbers into a spreadsheet, eat lunch at my desk, go home, and lie in bed until I fell asleep. That was it, over and over. I didn't have a partner. I didn't go out much. I didn't have many friends. I just felt stuck in the same loop, and it was eating away at me. I kept telling myself I needed to break the routine for a little while or I'd lose my mind. I didn't want to go on some luxury vacation or anything like that. I wasn't trying to find myself. I just wanted quiet, somewhere away from cars, phones, people, and the sound of emails coming in. I went online and started searching for cabins that people rent out for weekends. After a couple of hours of clicking around, I found one that looked perfect. It was small, way out in the woods, and had no Wi-Fi or cable. It was just one room with a small bathroom, a bed, a fireplace, and a kitchen. There was no signal there either, which was exactly what I needed. It was about a 5-hour drive from where I lived. I didn't tell anyone I was going. I didn't think I had to. I just booked it for a week and packed the basics. Food, water, a sleeping bag in case the bed was too uncomfortable, clothes, flashlight, batteries, books, some tools just in case, and a knife. I always carry one when I go camping. Not for protection, really, just for cutting rope or opening cans. The drive up was quiet. There wasn't much traffic, and I had music playing most of the way. The roads got more narrow and rough the closer I got to the cabin. Eventually, it turned into dirt roads with potholes and mud. The trees got thicker. I saw fewer signs of people. I didn't pass any cars. I felt a little nervous, but also calm. It was what I wanted. When I finally got there, I parked my car off to the side of a gravel clearing. The cabin looked just like it had in the pictures. It was small, with wood siding and a front porch that was just a few steps up. There was a little path behind it that led into the trees. I looked around for a bit, just standing there listening. No cars, no people, just wind and trees, couple of birds. I walked in and put my bag on the floor. The air smelled like old wood and dust, but it wasn't bad. Felt like it hadn't been used in a long time. The place was basic, just the essentials. One bed against the wall, a little kitchen with an old gas stove and a few cabinets, a small table and 2 chairs, a shelf with a few old books. There was a window above the sink and another one near the bed. After I checked the place out, I started putting my things away. I filled up a big jug of water from the container I brought and set it on the counter. Then I checked the stove to make sure it worked. It lit fine. I had brought matches and a lighter. I tested the flashlight and put the batteries in the drawer. I laid out some of the food I brought, cans mostly, bread, jerky, some fruit, and put them on the counter. That first night was peaceful. I sat outside on the steps with a blanket around my shoulders and just listened. There was no one. I couldn't hear anything human, just the wind, the trees, and some small animals moving through the woods. At one point, I thought I heard a branch snap, but it was far away and I didn't think anything of it. Animals move around all the time. Inside, I read a bit, then went to bed early. The cabin was cooler than I expected, but not too cold. The bed wasn't great, but it was fine. I slept with the knife near me, just a habit from camping trips. The next morning, I woke up early. I boiled water on the stove and made instant coffee. I walked outside with the cup and looked around. Everything looked the same, quiet, still. I stretched a bit and decided I'd explore the area around the cabin. I walked around for a couple of hours, not far, just circling the cabin and seeing where the paths led. There were some old trails, probably from animals or people who had been here before. I didn't see anyone. No fresh footprints. No campsites. No trash. Felt like no one had been out there in a long time. Later in the day, I made some food and started a small fire in the fire pit outside. I had brought a folding chair and sat there watching the flames. Again, I heard some snapping noises deeper in the woods. Not close. I figured it was raccoons or deer. They're always moving around. That night, something felt slightly off. I don't know what it was exactly. Maybe it was just that kind of feeling you get when you're alone and your brain starts playing tricks on you. I kept thinking I was hearing something outside. A rustling, a small knock. But every time I looked through the window, there was nothing. Still, I didn't panic. I told myself it was nothing. Animals, trees creaking, normal sounds you hear when you're out in the woods. The third day is when things started to feel different. I woke up and noticed the door latch was in a slightly different position than I'd left it. It was just small, a barely noticeable thing. I usually latch it fully, but this time it looked like it had been moved just a bit. I thought maybe I hadn't closed it right, or maybe it shifted because of the wood expanding. I tried not to overthink it. I made breakfast and went out for a short walk. While I was walking, I noticed something in the dirt. It was a partial footprint. Not mine. Too big. I crouched down and looked closer. It looked fresh, but the edges were already fading, like someone had stepped there maybe yesterday. I tried to stay calm. I told myself it could have been from a hunter, or maybe someone else had been here before me and I just hadn't noticed. When I got back, I sat on the porch for a while. That feeling of being alone started to shift. It didn't feel like I was by myself anymore. It felt like someone could have been watching me from the woods. That kind of low, dull pressure in the back of your head when your body knows something but your brain doesn't catch up yet. That night, I decided to stay inside. I didn't light a fire outside. I didn't read. I just sat by the window and watched the tree line. I couldn't see far. It was too dark. But I sat there for almost an hour, listening. That's when I saw it. Just a flicker. Not movement exactly, but something that didn't belong. A patch of darkness that was darker than everything around it. It didn't move, but it wasn't there earlier. It looked like a person standing still in the woods way back between the trees. I stared at it for minutes. My eyes tried to adjust, but nothing moved. I felt sick. I backed away from the window slowly. I didn't go to bed. I sat at the table with the knife in my hand. I didn't hear anything for hours. Eventually, I must have fallen asleep in the chair. The next morning, I went outside. The spot where I thought I saw something didn't show anything unusual. But as I walked along the edge of the woods, I saw another footprint. Fresh, clear, bigger than mine. That day, I stayed close to the cabin. I didn't go walking. I didn't eat much. I kept the knife near me all day. At night, I didn't turn on any lights. I just sat in the dark, listening. Every sound felt louder. I kept thinking I heard breathing, not my own. Couldn't sleep. Around 2 a.m., I heard a knock. Not on the door, but on the side of the cabin. A slow, soft tap. Then nothing. I froze. I didn't move for 10 minutes. Then I heard it again, closer to the window. Another knock. Then footsteps. Slow. But they didn't try to come in. Whoever it was just circled the cabin once, then left. I stayed up until morning, shaking. When the sun came up, I looked around. I saw more footprints. This time there were 2 different sets. One of them was barefoot. The other was boots. They walked up to the window, stood there, then walked away. I packed my things. I was going to leave early. But when I got to the car, I saw that someone had unscrewed one of the valve stems from my tire. It wasn't flat yet, but it was low. Someone had let the air out slowly. They didn't slash it. They wanted me to find it too late. I fixed it. I had a portable air pump and the valve tool in my emergency kit. I didn't even go back into the cabin. I got in and drove. I didn't stop. I didn't look back. I got back to town after dark and didn't tell anyone right away. I just went to bed. I felt sick. 2 days later, I finally looked through the pictures on my phone. I hadn't taken many, but there were some I didn't remember taking. They were from inside the cabin, some while I was sleeping. One was from just a few feet away from my bed. The person had been inside with me more than once. I changed my locks. I bought a security system. I don't go anywhere without telling people now, and I never go to the woods alone anymore. That's not some dramatic way of saying I had a breakdown. I wasn't running from anything big. I wasn't in some deep depression or escaping a breakup or recovering from anything. I was just tired. Tired of cars. Tired of screens. Tired of hearing people talk about stuff that didn't matter. I just wanted some quiet. The cabin I found was far enough out of the way that it didn't even have a proper address. It was listed on an old website that probably hadn't been updated in years. No reviews, no flashy descriptions, just a few old pictures of a small, square wooden structure sitting by itself in the woods with a gravel driveway that cut through the trees like a scar. There was a number to call and a name, L. Cranford. I called. An older man answered and just said it was still available and to leave the money in cash in the mailbox at the end of the road. That was it. No form to sign. No lockbox code. He told me the key was under the welcome mat. I liked that. Felt simple. Honest in a way. I drove up from the city early on a Monday morning. I didn't tell anyone where I was going. I just left a note at work that I'd be off-grid for a week, left my phone in my sock drawer at home, and packed up my old SUV with some canned food, a cooler full of ice and beer, a box of books, and my sleeping bag. I didn't even bring my laptop. I didn't want any of it. I just wanted trees, air, and quiet. The drive took about 5 hours. The last hour of it was all dirt roads and switchbacks through forested hills. The trees grew denser the further I went, and the cell reception disappeared completely about 20 minutes before I got to the cabin. The mailbox was an old rusted thing, half buried in weeds, but I dropped in an envelope with $300 and kept driving until the road ended. The cabin looked almost exactly like the photos. Small, maybe 20 feet wide and 15 feet deep, with a pitched roof and smoke-darkened chimney. There was a single wooden chair on the porch and a faded green welcome mat that had probably been there for decades. I checked under it. The key was there, right where the old man said it would be. I unlocked the door and stepped inside. It smelled like wood, dust, and something old I couldn't quite place. Not bad, just aged. The inside was one big room with a small bed against one wall, a little wood-burning stove in the corner, a sink with a hand pump, a chip table, and 2 chairs. No TV, no radio, no internet. Just silence and the soft creaking of the floor as I stepped inside. I dropped my backpack on the table and walked back outside to take it in. The air was clean in a way I hadn't felt in years. You don't realize how loud your life is until it gets quiet. The woods stretched out on all sides. The gravel road I came in on curved back through the trees and disappeared behind a ridge. Behind the cabin, the woods went up into a thick hill. I could see bare rocks sticking out from the green in some places, and the trees were packed in tight. Oaks, pines, and a few others I didn't recognize. I walked around the cabin once. There were no other buildings in sight. No power lines. No signs of other people. Just trees. I stood out there for a while, listening. Nothing but wind and birds. That first night was peaceful. I read a little, made a sandwich, drank a beer on the porch, and watched the sun go down through the trees. No bugs, no planes, just quiet. I went to bed early and slept better than I had in months. But that changed on the second night. It wasn't anything big at first, just little things I noticed. A strange feeling like I wasn't alone. I'd be reading and suddenly get the urge to look over my shoulder. Or I'd step outside and feel like someone had just ducked out of sight. I figured I was just adjusting. I wasn't used to being that isolated. I told myself my brain was just looking for something to do in the quiet. But then I noticed footprints. They were in the dirt behind the cabin, just at the edge of the woods. I hadn't gone back there. There was no trail, and it was all uneven ground and undergrowth. But there they were, footprints in the dry earth. They weren't mine. I was wearing boots. These looked like barefoot tracks, human but not recent. The edges had crumbled a little, like they'd been there a day or two. That night I couldn't sleep as easily. I kept the small oil lantern on low beside the bed and listened. Around midnight I heard something out back. Not an animal. It was soft but heavy, like someone walking. I didn't move. I just lay there and listened. Passed after a while. The next morning I went back out to check. No new footprints. Nothing disturbed. But the feeling was there again. That sense that someone had just left, that I just missed them. I told myself it was just an animal, maybe a deer or something larger. I even laughed at myself for getting nervous, but I didn't quite believe it. On the third day, I stayed close to the cabin. I chopped some wood with the old axe leaning against the porch. I cooked some beans and rice on the little stove. I sat on the porch and watched the woods for hours. I started to notice things. Movements deep in the trees. Not birds, not squirrels. Bigger. I catch glimpses out of the corner of my eye. Someone or something moving behind the trees. Never close, never clear, but there. I walked out behind the cabin and pushed through the brush where I saw the footprints earlier. I found another footprint, newer this time, still barefoot. I crouched down and looked at it for a long time. The toes were splayed wide. The heel was deep. Whoever made it was heavy, and they were walking, not running. I followed the direction the footprint pointed. I didn't go far, maybe 50 feet into the woods. That was enough. I found a tree with marks on it, vertical cuts, like something sharp had scraped down the bark in several places. Not claw marks. These were clean, like from a knife. And then I saw something else. A piece of cloth, caught on a low branch. Brownish, stiff, like it had been soaked and dried. I didn't touch it. I just looked at it and backed away. I stayed inside the cabin for the rest of the day. That night, I heard something again. This time, it came around to the front. I'd pulled the chair inside and wedged it under the doorknob. I sat on the bed, listening. The sound came up the steps, slow, deliberate. Then it stopped. I held my breath. I could hear breathing, just outside the door. Soft, almost shallow, and then it was gone. In the morning, I found nothing. No footprints, no marks, just the same quiet woods. I thought about leaving. I even packed my bag, but I didn't. I told myself if someone was messing with me, they'd probably leave once they saw I wasn't reacting. Or maybe it was just my imagination. I hadn't seen anyone. I hadn't seen anything I could prove was even real. I stayed another night. The next day, I decided to go up the hill behind the cabin. I wanted to see where the footprints led. I brought a walking stick and a small knife I kept in my bag, just in case. I moved slow. The trees were dense, and the ground was steep. It took me an hour just to get maybe 200 yards up. And then I found something that made my stomach drop. It was a shelter, not a modern one. No tarp, no plastic, just a crude lean-to made from branches, leaves, and mud. Someone had built it against a rock face, partially hidden behind a thicket. Inside, there were bones, small animal bones, arranged in little piles. Some stripped clean, some still with scraps of fur. There was also a tin can, rusted, with holes poked in the sides. And something else, a wooden carving, about the size of my hand. It looked like a face, but wrong. No eyes, just a mouth, wide open. I didn't touch anything. I backed out and walked fast back down to the cabin. I kept looking over my shoulder the whole way. Every sound made me jump. That night, I didn't sleep. I sat in the corner of the cabin with my back against the wall, holding the knife. I kept the lantern lit. Hours passed. Around 2 or 3 in the morning, I heard something again. This time, it didn't stop at the porch. It walked all the way around the cabin. Slow, measured. Then it stopped behind the cabin. I sat there, breathing shallow, knife in my lap. I don't know how long I waited. Eventually, the sound faded. Morning came. I looked outside. Still no footprints. No broken branches. Nothing. But the air felt wrong, like it was holding its breath. That was the last day I stayed. I packed everything in 10 minutes. I didn't eat. I didn't even clean up. I just threw everything in the SUV and left. The gravel road felt longer on the way out. Every curve in the trees felt like it was hiding someone. I didn't stop until I hit pavement. And I didn't stop again until I hit a gas station 2 hours away with working cell reception and people around. I didn't call anyone. I didn't tell anyone. I just drove home. I still don't know who was out there. I don't know if it was someone living off the grid or if it was someone who didn't want to be found. I don't know if they were watching me the whole time or if I just stumbled into their woods by accident. But I know they were there. I know what I heard. I know what I saw. I still dream about the shelter, the bones, the It was early October when I left everything behind and drove up into the mountains. I didn't tell anyone where I was going, didn't post about it, didn't even leave a note. I just packed up a few bags of clothes, a case of bottled water, a week's worth of canned food, a shotgun my uncle had left me, and headed out. I'd found the cabin a few weeks earlier, listed online by an older guy who rented it out seasonally. No frills, no electricity, no Wi-Fi, no running water. Just an old wooden structure about 3 hours into the mountains, reachable only by a narrow dirt road that hadn't been maintained in years. That was exactly what I needed. I was burned out. My head felt like it had been full of fog for months. Work was killing me slowly, and I had no real friends left anymore. I hadn't talked to my parents in almost a year. There wasn't any single moment that broke me. It was more like everything just piled up until one day I realized I couldn't do it anymore. So I left. The drive took longer than I expected. Asphalt roads turned to gravel, and gravel gave way to dirt. Trees closed in tighter the farther I got, and my cell signal vanished halfway up the second mountain pass. I kept checking the directions I had scribbled down on a folded piece of paper on the passenger seat, double-checking every unmarked split in the road. It was early afternoon when I finally saw the cabin. It looked like it had been built 50 years ago and maybe patched up a handful of times since. It sat on a slight slope, with a clearing around it where tall grass swayed in the wind. Beyond that, just dense woods. Pine, spruce, maybe fir. I wasn't great at identifying trees. What I did know was that it was quiet. Not the kind of quiet you get at night in the city. This was a dead, thick silence. No cars, no people, no buzzing streetlights. Just wind through the trees and the occasional rustle of leaves. I parked a little ways off the side and unloaded. The cabin was one large room with a bed in the corner, a small cast iron stove, a table with 2 chairs, and some shelves along one wall. A few cooking pots hung above a chipped counter where an old sink sat dry. There was a narrow door to a small bathroom with a composting toilet, but no shower. I brought a jug to fill with water from the nearby creek and a few packs of wet wipes to keep myself clean. I stacked the canned food in a neat pile, laid out my sleeping bag on the mattress, and propped the shotgun against the wall beside the bed. The air smelled faintly of old wood and dust, but there was no mold, just that dry, still smell of something that hadn't been lived in for a while. I lit a candle, sat on the edge of the bed, and just listened. That first night, I didn't sleep well. Not because I was scared, more because the silence was so deep it made every sound feel like a shout. Branches creaking, something scratching along the outside wall, wind knocking against the window. Every time I was about to fall asleep, I'd hear another unfamiliar noise and jolt awake. Still, I told myself that was normal. I wasn't used to being that far away from civilization. There were animals in the woods, and the cabin was old. I figured I'd get used to it. The next few days were uneventful. I spent the mornings walking short trails near the cabin, gathering kindling and stretching my legs. The air was crisp and cold, and the leaves were just starting to turn orange and red. Every day felt like it moved slower. I'd eat, sit by the fire, read from a tattered old paperback I'd brought, and try to let my mind settle. It was the first time in years that I wasn't staring at a screen, answering emails, or feeling the pressure to be doing something productive. By the 4th day, I started to feel a little calmer. I didn't flinch as much at every creak in the night. I stopped checking the window every 10 minutes. I even stopped thinking about work or the people I had left behind. But then I noticed something strange. That morning, I went to get water from the creek, which was about a 5-minute walk downhill through a thin patch of woods. I brought a plastic jug, filled it, and started heading back when I noticed something in the dirt. A footprint. Not mine, it was too big. I wore size 10 boots, and this one was larger and deeper. Definitely a boot print, not a paw or a hoof or anything like that. I stopped and looked around, listening for anything out of place. Nothing, just wind. I stared at the footprint for a long time. Then I crouched beside it, touched the edge, felt how soft the dirt still was. Couldn't have been older than a few hours, maybe less. There was no reason for anyone else to be out there. The cabin was on private land, and there were no hiking trails or ranger stations anywhere nearby. The road was too narrow for someone to just drop by. Still, I told myself maybe it was the owner doing a check-in or a hunter passing through. I didn't want to jump to conclusions. That night, I kept the shotgun on the bed beside me. The next day, I walked the perimeter around the cabin. Nothing seemed disturbed. No fresh tire tracks, no signs anyone had been there recently. I decided not to go down to the creek that morning. I still had enough water left, and something about being out in the open unsettled me now. That night, I was almost asleep when I heard it. Footsteps. Slow, deliberate ones crunching over leaves and sticks. They were close, right outside the cabin. I sat up, holding my breath. The footsteps circled the cabin once, then stopped. I didn't move. I didn't even dare reach for the gun right away. I just waited. I couldn't see out of the window from the bed, but I knew someone was out there. After a few minutes, I finally grabbed the shotgun and crept toward the door. I pressed my ear against it. Silence. I stood there for what felt like an hour, just listening. Eventually, I went back to bed but didn't sleep until the sun came up. The next morning, I walked around the cabin. I found more boot prints. They weren't all from the same person. One set was big, like the one near the creek. Another was smaller, narrower, maybe a woman's or a teenager's. They weren't there the day before, and that meant someone had been close again just hours earlier. I didn't want to panic, but it was getting harder not to. I thought about leaving. I even packed a few things into the truck. But a part of me felt like I was being watched, like someone was waiting for me to leave. I didn't want to drive back down those narrow roads with a stranger watching from the woods. So I decided to stay one more night, but I blocked the door with a chair and dragged the table in front of the window. That evening, as the sun started going down, I lit a fire and sat on the floor beside it with the gun on my lap. The candle flickered, casting shadows across the walls. Every small noise outside put me on edge. I couldn't shake the feeling that someone was out there again. And they were. I heard the creak of the front porch. Just one step, then another. I froze. The doorknob moved. It didn't rattle. It just slowly turned, like someone testing it. The chair I'd wedged under it held. The knob stopped turning. Then nothing. Minutes passed. Eventually, I stood up, moved the candle to the floor, and crept over to the window. The night outside was pitch black. I pressed my face close to the glass but couldn't see anything. Then I saw it. A silhouette, not more than 20 feet away, standing perfectly still among the trees. Just far enough that I couldn't make out the face, but close enough that I knew they were staring straight at me. I stepped back from the window slowly. My heart was hammering. I didn't know what they wanted. I didn't know how long they'd been watching. But I knew one thing for sure now: I wasn't alone. I stayed awake all night. By morning, they were gone. That was when I made my decision. I was leaving. I threw everything into the truck in 10 minutes flat. Didn't care if I left stuff behind. I just wanted to get out. I backed up and started driving fast, too fast for the road. I bounced over rocks, slid in patches of loose dirt. Every twist in the road felt like it might be an ambush. I kept checking the rearview mirror, half expecting someone to step out and block the road. But no one did. I made it back to the nearest town 2 hours later, pulled into a gas station, and just sat there in the lot for a long time. I hadn't even realized I'd been shaking until I tried to unscrew the water bottle cap and dropped it. I never reported anything to the police. What would I even say? That I'd seen someone standing in the woods? A few weeks later, I checked the listing for the cabin. It was gone. I searched the guy's profile. Deleted. No contact info. Nothing. I still think about it sometimes. About how long they were watching me before I noticed. About why they never broke in, never made a move, never said anything. Just stood there. Sometimes I wonder if it was some off-grid people who lived out there. Maybe they thought I was trespassing. Maybe they wanted to scare me off without confronting me. Maybe they were waiting for something. Or maybe it was just a game to them. All I know is I don't go into the woods anymore. I don't trust silence the way I used to. And I never go anywhere without telling someone where I'm going. Ever again. I was 34 when I took a week off from everything and went to stay at a small cabin in the northern woods. I had been working for almost 8 years without a proper break, mostly office work. Emails, spreadsheets, meetings that led nowhere, people talking for hours about things that could have been solved in 10 minutes if everyone had just shut up and listened. My back hurt constantly. I drank too much coffee. I'd started grinding my teeth in my sleep. So I decided I was going to take a break. No friends, no phones, just me and the woods. I found a cabin online that seemed like a good fit. It wasn't fancy. In fact, it looked pretty old, but it had electricity, a working stove, and a small wood stove for heat. There was a stream nearby, a shed behind the place, and a dirt road that led about 7 miles back to the highway. The nearest store was about 15 miles away. It sounded exactly like what I needed. Quiet, far away, and simple. I drove out on a Monday morning. I packed food for the week, water jugs, a flashlight, a hunting knife, and a .22 rifle I'd inherited from my grandfather. I wasn't planning to hunt, but I figured it was smart to have it, just in case. I didn't really think anything would happen. It was more of a comfort thing than a protection thing. The drive up was peaceful. By the time I turned onto the long dirt road, I could feel the stress sliding off my shoulders. Trees on both sides, no billboards, no traffic, just forest and sky and the crunch of gravel under my tires. The cabin looked about like I expected. Weathered wood, an old chimney, a slightly leaning porch. It was set maybe 50 yards off the road, tucked behind some overgrown bushes and tall grass. I had to push open a wooden gate that squealed when it moved. The air smelled clean. The wind through the trees made a soft rustling sound that felt like a blanket over my brain. Inside the cabin, everything was dusty but in decent shape. There was a small table, 2 wooden chairs, a sagging couch, and a tiny kitchen area with a mini fridge and a single gas burner. In the back was a bedroom with a small bed and a metal frame. The mattress was thin, but I'd brought a sleeping bag and some extra blankets. The bathroom was outside, just a simple outhouse about 20 feet into the trees behind the cabin. It was old school, but I didn't care. It was peaceful. It was mine for the week. The first 2 days were fine. I woke up early, made coffee, sat on the porch with a book, or just listened to the birds and watched the trees move in the wind. I'd go for short walks down the dirt road, never too far, just enough to stretch my legs. Sometimes I'd take the rifle, not for any real reason other than habit. I didn't see anyone else. Not a single car, not a single person walking or driving or anything. Felt like I was completely alone in the world. But then came the 3rd day. It started early in the morning. I was still half asleep when I heard the sound of a car engine, faint and distant. I sat up on the edge of the bed and listened. It was rare enough that it caught my attention immediately. After a few seconds, the sound faded. Maybe it turned off the road or just passed by. I didn't think much of it. Later that morning, I went out for a walk. I took the rifle just because. The air was cool. The sun was out. I walked maybe a quarter mile down the dirt road when I saw something odd. There were fresh tire tracks on the road, deep ones like someone had driven fast or heavy. But that didn't bother me much. What did bother me was the footprint. There was just one. A single print near the edge of the road, pointing toward the woods. It was a boot print, but not deep. like, like someone had stepped there carefully. I looked around but didn't see anything else. Just that one print. I stood there for a while, staring at it, then looked around again. It was quiet, too quiet. I turned back and headed to the cabin. I spent the rest of the day on edge. I kept looking out the windows, listening for sounds. I kept thinking about that single footprint. Why only one? Where was the person now? Where were the other tracks? That night I couldn't sleep. I lay in bed with the sleeping bag zipped up to my neck, the rifle across my lap. I wasn't scared exactly, just aware, hyper-aware. Every creak of the wood, every gust of wind outside made me sit up and listen. Nothing happened that night, but the next morning, things started to feel even more wrong. I woke up early and went to get some water from the jug in the kitchen. As I reached for it, I noticed something on the windowsill, a smudge, just a smear of dirt or something. I leaned closer. It was a fingerprint, just one, like someone had touched the glass with a dirty finger. I stood frozen for a while, just staring at it. Then I slowly stepped back and looked around. The cabin was locked. I'd locked the door the night before. I double-checked every window. Nothing broken, nothing forced open, but that smudge was new. I was sure of it. I spent that whole day inside, doors locked, rifle in hand. I barely ate. I barely moved. I just sat near the window watching the trees, listening for sounds. And that night I heard something. It was maybe around 2 or 3 in the morning. I wasn't sleeping, just lying there listening to the night. Then I heard footsteps, soft, slow, on the porch. Just a few steps, then silence. I didn't move. I didn't breathe. I just listened. Then came another sound, a slow, soft creak. The sound of weight shifting on the wooden boards of the porch. I sat up quietly and picked up the rifle, pointed it at the door. My heart was hammering. My mouth was dry. I waited. Nothing happened. After a while, I got up, moved quietly to the door, and looked through the small window beside it. I couldn't see anything, just trees and dark. The next morning, I found something that made my blood run cold. Out by the edge of the trees, near the shed, there was a pile of rocks. 3 of them stacked one on top of the other. They hadn't been there before. I was sure of that. They were placed too neatly, too deliberately, and on top of the top rock was something else, something small and shiny. It was a key, my spare cabin key, the one I'd hidden under a loose board on the porch. Someone had been inside the gate. Someone had found the key, and someone had left it out there for me to find. I walked slowly back into the cabin, locked the door behind me, and didn't go back outside that day. I didn't sleep that night either. I just sat in the corner of the cabin with the rifle, lights off, waiting. Around 4 in the morning, I heard the creak again. Same as before. Slow steps, but this time I also heard breathing. Just barely. Just enough to know someone was right outside the door. I didn't move. I didn't even blink. I just held the rifle tight and waited. The breathing stopped. Then I heard the footsteps again, walking away, back down the steps, fading into the distance. When morning came, I stepped out onto the porch. There was a single boot print on the top step. Same as before, just one. That was it. I wasn't waiting around any longer. I packed everything I could as quickly as possible, stuffed it into the car, and got the hell out of there. The dirt road felt longer on the way out. I kept checking the rearview mirror every few seconds. I half expected to see someone step out from the trees. I didn't stop driving until I got to a gas station 20 miles away. I went inside, bought a coffee, sat down, and stayed there for nearly 2 hours. I didn't go back to the cabin. I sent the key back to the owner by mail and told them I had an emergency and had to leave early. I didn't care about the money I lost. I didn't tell anyone about what happened for a long time. Felt too strange, too unreal. But it was real. I never saw the person. I don't know what they wanted. I don't know how long they were watching me. But I know they were out there. I know they knew where I was. I know they had my key. And I know they weren't trying to scare me. They were just waiting. That's what still gets to me. They didn't rush. They didn't try to break in. They just waited, watched, left small signs, smudges, stacked rocks, quiet steps, like it was a game, and I don't ever want to know how it would have ended if I'd stayed one more night. I quit my job at the end of February. It was a quiet resignation, no drama, no final words, no goodbye parties. I packed my stuff, turned in my badge, and walked out of that building for the last time like a man disappearing into the woods. After 10 years working in the same office, sitting under white lights, and pretending to care about charts and deadlines, I was finished. I wasn't burned out exactly. I was just drained, tired in a way that sleep couldn't fix. So I decided to disappear for a while. I didn't tell anyone where I was going, not even my brother. I told them I was going off-grid for a couple of weeks to recharge. That was all I said. I turned off my phone, deleted the social apps, and packed my SUV with clothes, canned food, a water filter, first aid supplies, my old laptop, no internet, and a few books I'd been meaning to read for years. The cabin I rented was in the northern part of Montana. It was small and isolated, the kind of place that looked like it hadn't seen more than a few visitors a year. I found it through an old outdoorsman website. No reviews, no fancy photos, just a short description and one blurry picture that showed the place tucked between pine trees with a thick layer of snow on the roof. I emailed the owner, a guy named Earl, wired him the money, and got the address and instructions in return. He told me the place had a working fireplace, a hand pump well, a propane stove, a generator that I had to start manually, and no cell service. I didn't care. That was the point. I wanted to be away from everything and everyone. I didn't need anything fancy, just peace. I arrived in early March. It was cold, but not unbearable. The road that led to the cabin turned into gravel and then eventually into a narrow dirt trail that climbed up through thick forest. I had to drive slow because the path was uneven, and one wrong move could have landed my SUV in a ditch. After about 20 minutes of crawling, I saw the cabin. It was small, maybe 400 square feet total. A short porch, one door, two small windows on either side, and a tin chimney sticking out of the roof. There was a small tool shed a few yards away, and everything was surrounded by thick woods that stretched endlessly in every direction. I didn't see another house, car, or person, just trees. Nothing but trees. I parked and stepped out. The cold hit my face like a slap. The air was so still it felt like time had stopped there. I stood for a moment, letting the silence settle. No cars, no people talking, no buzzing of phones. Just wind through the pines and the faint creak of the trees swaying. Inside, the cabin was simple. A small kitchen with a propane stove, a tiny bathroom with a compost toilet, a wooden table, one chair, a cot, and a fireplace. The floor creaked with every step. There was a large rug in the center, faded and stained, probably older than I was. The walls were all wood, no insulation, no drywall, just old timber, dry and brittle. I unpacked, started the generator, lit the propane stove to make some tea, and sat on the porch, watching the last bit of daylight sink behind the hills. I didn't realize how deep I'd gone into the forest until the sun disappeared and I noticed how black the night was. Not dark, black, like someone had painted the world around me with ink. That first night was peaceful, cold, but peaceful. I lit a fire, bundled up in layers, and read one of the books I'd brought. The generator made a soft hum outside, and when I finally turned it off around midnight, the silence returned like a heavy blanket. I fell asleep quickly. The first few days were uneventful. I went for short hikes during the day, always making sure I could find my way back. I marked trees with chalk, checked the compass often, and kept my phone off except for checking the time. I read, wrote in a journal, cooked simple meals, and just sat in silence, trying to think through everything I'd been avoiding back in the city. I wanted to feel something again. I wanted clarity, and for a while it worked. But things started to change about a week in. It started with the noises. On the 7th night, I was in bed reading by flashlight when I heard it. Something outside. It wasn't an animal sound. It wasn't wind. It was heavy, rhythmic, like slow, steady footsteps on frozen ground. I froze. I didn't move a muscle. The flashlight was still on, and I quickly clicked it off. My heartbeat was loud in my ears. I sat up, holding my breath, listening. The footsteps circled the cabin once. They were slow, almost careful, like whoever or whatever it was didn't want to be heard. But I heard it, every step. It circled the place once and then stopped by the front door. Silence. I didn't move. I don't know how long I sat like that. Could have been 5 minutes. Could have been 30. But eventually, I heard it move again. This time walking away, the footsteps fading slowly into the woods. I didn't sleep the rest of the night. I didn't get out of bed until the sun came up. I opened the front door slowly, heart pounding, and stepped out. There were footprints in the dirt. Not boots, not shoes, bare feet, human, long toes, wide soles, big, but not impossibly big, just big enough to be unsettling. I followed them a little way, maybe 10 yards, until they disappeared into the brush. They didn't lead in from anywhere. It was like the person had just appeared, walked around the cabin, then vanished back into the woods. That day, I stayed close to the cabin. I chopped some firewood, filled water from the well, cleaned the place a bit, trying to convince myself it was just a drifter or a hunter, someone lost, or high, or confused. But that didn't explain the bare feet in freezing temperatures, or the fact that they came around my cabin in the middle of the night without knocking or calling out. And why didn't they leave any other trail? That night, I stayed up with the fire going. I didn't turn on the generator. I didn't use the flashlight. I sat in the dark, facing the front door with a hunting knife on the table. I wasn't even sure I'd use it, but having it close helped a little. Nothing happened that night, but 2 nights later it came back. This time, the footsteps came earlier, just after sunset. I heard them crunching slowly through the brush. I peeked through the curtain. I didn't see anything at first. Then I saw the outline. A man, tall, lean, no clothes, just standing about 10 feet from the porch, perfectly still, staring at the door. My heart was racing. I felt frozen. I couldn't understand what I was looking at. He didn't move. He didn't speak. He didn't come closer. He just stood there. Then, after maybe 10 minutes, he turned and walked slowly back into the trees. I didn't sleep. I didn't leave the cabin the next day. By then, the peace I came for was gone. I was checking the windows every hour. I was locking the door even in daylight. I kept the generator off most of the time, worried it was drawing attention. I started sleeping with my boots on. I moved the cot so it wasn't in direct line with the windows. I started counting the days until I could leave. Then things escalated. 3 nights later, I woke up to a sound right outside the window, scraping, like fingernails dragging across the wood. Then a tap, then silence. I sat up, grabbed the knife, and waited. Then the sound moved to the other side of the cabin. More scraping, then tapping. It went on for hours, around and around, never knocking, never speaking, just circling. By dawn, it stopped. When I stepped outside, I saw the marks, long scratches down the walls, all around, like someone had dragged sticks or bones across the surface again and again. There were no footprints this time, no sign of anything except those marks. That day, I packed everything. I was ready to leave. I didn't care if I lost my money. I didn't care if it meant driving all night. But when I turned the key in the ignition, the SUV didn't start. Dead. Not a click. Nothing. I opened the hood, checked the battery, the cables. Everything looked fine, but it wouldn't start. Not even a sound. Like the battery had been drained completely. But it wasn't even that cold. I went back inside, locked the door, and sat on the floor. I was stuck. That night, I heard the door handle jiggle. Not hard, not like someone trying to break in, just slowly, gently, like someone testing it. Then footsteps on the roof. Slow, crawling footsteps. I sat under the table, knife in hand, heart racing, waiting for something to crash through. But nothing did. At some point, I must have passed out. Exhaustion finally won. When I woke up, it was morning. I walked outside and saw what they left. A bundle of sticks, tied with old twine, sitting right on the porch. Tucked into the twine was a long, cracked fingernail. Human. I broke. I screamed. I threw the bundle into the fire. I ran into the woods with nothing but my coat and kept running for hours. I followed the trail until I found a ranger station. I must have looked insane. Wild-eyed, covered in dirt, trembling. They called in help. It started with a simple plan. I wanted some time away from the noise, the people, and the constant pull of screens. I needed silence. I'd been working long hours from home, and even during my off time, I felt surrounded by voices and sounds. The city never really quiets down, not even in the early morning. It's always buzzing. I hadn't taken a real break in over a year, and I felt burnt out, tired in a way that even sleep couldn't fix. So when a friend mentioned an old cabin he used to use on weekends, deep in the woods a few hours out, I asked if I could borrow it. He agreed, sent me the coordinates, and just told me to be careful of wildlife and make sure I had a good flashlight. I packed basic things: canned food, a gas stove, a heavy flashlight, batteries, a knife, some clothes, a sleeping bag, and a power bank. I didn't bring a gun because I didn't have one, and honestly, I wasn't expecting anything more dangerous than a raccoon or a couple of bugs. The cabin had no Wi-Fi, no cell reception, and no plumbing. Just a small solar panel to charge a light bulb and keep a few things powered. But I wasn't going there for comfort. I wanted the silence. I wanted to be far from anyone. I thought I was tired of people. I thought being alone would give me peace. It took me 4 hours to drive to the general area. The last 45 minutes were rough. Dirt road, barely wide enough for my car. Trees on both sides, no signs, no houses, nothing. I followed the GPS until it lost signal, then kept driving slowly, hoping I didn't pass it. Eventually, I saw a wooden marker nailed to a tree, faded letters that barely spelled out cabin. There was a narrow path off the dirt road that I took. It was just wide enough for the car to crawl through. Couple minutes down that path, I saw the cabin. It was small, with planks, faded gray. One window in the front, another on the side, both with shutters. A tiny porch with 2 broken chairs and a rusted lantern. The roof slanted back into the trees. Behind it, the woods thickened quickly. The place looked like it hadn't been used in years. And in fact, the lock on the door was rusted, though it opened fine when I tried the key. Inside was one room, a bed frame with no mattress, just wooden slats. A table, 2 chairs. A small shelf with a couple of old cans and dusty books. There was a little fireplace and a pile of chopped wood next to it. Dust covered everything. I spent the first couple hours sweeping and wiping surfaces down. I set up my sleeping bag on the bed frame and unpacked my things. There was no bathroom, just a shovel and a roll of toilet paper sitting in a bin by the door. I'd have to go into the woods whenever I needed to relieve myself. That made me a little nervous, but I reminded myself this was exactly what I came for. No distractions, just trees, wind, and quiet. The first night was peaceful. I made some instant noodles on the gas stove, sat on the porch until it got dark, and then read a little by flashlight. The silence was deep, not the kind you get in a house in the city with walls around you. This was different. There was no hum of electricity, no distant traffic, just wind through the trees, sometimes an owl. I slept surprisingly well that night, but things started to feel off by the second day. Not anything specific, just little things. I noticed footprints in the dirt the next morning, near the edge of the porch. I assumed they were mine. They had to be. I checked the sole of my boots to be sure. The patterns seemed to match. Still, it looked like there were more prints than I remembered making. But maybe I just walked around more than I thought. I didn't think much of it at the time. Later that day, while I was walking in the woods about 50 yards from the cabin to bury some waste, I noticed a cigarette butt on the ground. It was half buried in the leaves, but it looked fresh. No moisture, not discolored. I don't smoke. I hadn't seen anyone on the road in. There were no other cabins nearby. It was a private place. My friend told me he hadn't been out here in over a year. I bent down and picked it up with a stick. Marlboro still smelled like smoke. It made me uncomfortable, but I told myself maybe someone else had found the cabin before me. Maybe a hiker passed through and took a break there. I didn't see anything else strange that day, just that one cigarette. That night, I had trouble sleeping, not because of noise, but because I kept hearing no noise, not even wind. The woods felt too still. The trees weren't moving. Even the owls were quiet. It felt like something was holding its breath. The next day, I started getting paranoid. I kept looking out the windows. I took more walks to make sure I wasn't imagining things. That's when I saw something that made my stomach twist. About 50 feet from the cabin, near a tree with a wide trunk, I saw a small pile of rocks stacked on top of each other. 5 of them, perfectly balanced, each one a little smaller than the one below. I hadn't made them. I would have noticed it before. It was too close to the cabin to miss. I stared at it for a long time. It didn't make sense. Why would anyone do that? Why that spot? I knocked it over. I didn't want it there. I felt stupid doing it, like a kid scared of something harmless. But I didn't like the idea that someone else had been so close to the place I was sleeping. I started carrying my flashlight with me even during the day. I made sure the cabin door was locked, even when I was inside. By the 4th night, I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. Every time I stepped outside, I had the sensation that someone was standing in the trees, just out of sight, not moving, just waiting. I told myself I was being paranoid, that I was too used to being around people, and the isolation was messing with my head. But I started noticing more things. The shovel was moved. I left it propped against the porch, but when I woke up that morning, it was laying flat on the grass. I found a second pile of rocks, this time on the other side of the cabin. Smaller, but still clearly arranged. I left it alone this time. I didn't want to know if someone would come back to fix it. I started keeping a journal, just little notes about what I saw each day. I didn't think I'd need it, but it helped me feel sane, helped me keep track. I noted the times, the weather, what I ate, and anything strange I noticed. On day 5, I wrote this. Heard something outside last night around 2 a.m. light scraping sound on porch. Didn't go out. Woke up and found small scratch on door. Not deep, like something hard had scraped across the wood once. Could be an animal. Doesn't look like claw marks. I didn't sleep the rest of that night. I just lay in the sleeping bag with the flashlight in my hand, pointing at the door. The next day, I stayed close to the cabin. I didn't go into the woods. I didn't even go far to bury my waist. I started feeling trapped, like I couldn't walk too far without something happening behind me. I didn't hear footsteps. I didn't see anything, but I felt it. Presence. Constant and quiet, like someone watching from between the trees. I cooked a can of beans and ate it without really tasting it. Every time the wind moved a branch or rustled a bush, I jerked my head in that direction. My chest felt tight the whole day. When night came, I lit the lantern and sat with my back to the wall, facing the door. I didn't even try to sleep. At some point during the night, the light flickered and went out. The batteries were fresh. I'd only used it a few times. I reached for the flashlight, turned it on, and scanned the room. Nothing, just wood, dust, and the sound of my own breathing. Then I heard something. It wasn't loud, just a faint, steady crunch, crunch, crunch. Leaves underfoot, not fast, not trying to sneak, just walking, moving past the window, slow and steady. I didn't move. I didn't breathe. I held the flashlight and aimed it at the door. My heart was pounding so loud I thought whoever it was might hear it from outside. The footsteps faded, then silence. I stayed like that until dawn. When the sky finally turned gray, I opened the door slowly and stepped outside. The air was cold and wet. There were no footsteps in the dirt, no broken branches, nothing to show that someone had been there. I walked around the cabin twice. Then I noticed something on the far side of the porch. A piece of twine, tied in a small loop, nailed to the wood post. I hadn't seen it before. It wasn't there when I arrived. It was fresh, still stiff and clean. I didn't touch it. I went back inside and packed my things. I wasn't going to stay another night. I didn't care if I had 2 days left. I'd had enough. I drove out in silence. The trees seemed taller than when I arrived. I kept checking the mirror to make sure no one was behind me. There wasn't, but that didn't stop me from feeling like there should have been. When I got to the main road, I felt like I could breathe again. I drove straight back to the city and didn't look back once. A week later, I called my friend and told him about the cabin. He said he hadn't been out there in over 2 years. He hadn't told anyone else about it. No one else should have known it was there. He didn't say much after that. I never went back. But sometimes, when I'm lying in bed at night, I think about the rocks. It started when I was browsing through a website for part-time seasonal work. I'd been moving around the country for the past year, doing odd jobs and picking up whatever temporary work I could find. I wasn't tied down by anything. No family nearby, no real friends, and no full-time job. Just me, my old pickup truck, and a small stack of clothes and gear I kept in the back. I didn't need much. The listing caught my eye because it was different. Caretaker needed for remote cabin in northern Michigan. 2-week stay. Duties include light cleaning, wood stove management, and security presence. Pays $1, 200 plus food provided. Must be reliable and independent. That last part made me laugh. I figured I was exactly the kind of person they were looking for. I wasn't afraid of being alone. I camped alone for weeks before. I liked being away from people more than I liked being around them, and $1, 200 for 2 weeks sounded pretty good. Plus, they were providing food, and I figured I'd spend almost nothing during the job. I applied that night. They called me the next day. A man with a deep, slow voice asked if I could drive out to the cabin by Saturday. It was Monday then. He said the place was just outside a small town called Troutville, about 2 hours from Marquette. He didn't say much else besides confirming that I could stay there for 2 weeks, the food would be stocked, and that someone would meet me there to give me the keys and a quick walkthrough. I agreed, wrote down the address, and left Wednesday morning. The drive was long and quiet, mostly winding roads through dense pine forests and patches of open land. By the time I got close to Troutville, my phone signal dropped, and I figured I'd be out of service for a while. I didn't mind. When I finally got to the road where the cabin was located, it was little more than a 2-track dirt path that disappeared into thick trees. I drove slow, trying not to scrape the underside of my truck, and after about a mile, I saw the cabin. It was an old structure, probably built in the 70s, tucked into the trees and surrounded by a patch of uneven grass and moss-covered boulders. There was a small woodshed to the side, stacked with firewood, and a narrow trail leading off into the woods behind it. The place looked peaceful and private, just like I hoped. A newer SUV was already parked in front. A man stepped out as I parked, tall, maybe in his late 50s, wearing jeans and a green flannel. He didn't introduce himself, just handed me a ring with 2 keys on it and said one was for the front door, the other for the padlock on the shed. He told me the food was stocked in the pantry and fridge, the well pump and propane tank were full, and the power came from solar panels, so I'd have enough to run the lights and fridge but not much else. Then he said he had to get going and left. It all happened in less than 5 minutes. I stood there for a moment after he left, listening to the quiet hum of the forest. No sounds of traffic, no dogs barking, just the soft rush of wind through the trees and the occasional creak of wood from the cabin. It was peaceful. I unlocked the door and stepped inside. The cabin was one large room, plus a bathroom in the back. There was a wood stove in the corner with a metal chimney pipe running through the roof. A small kitchen was along the wall to the left, stove, sink, tiny fridge, and a pantry with shelves full of canned food, dry goods, and a few bottles of water. A single bed with a wool blanket was tucked against the far wall, and there was a small table with a single chair next to the window. Everything smelled faintly of pine and old wood, with a hint of smoke from the stove. It wasn't luxurious, but it was clean, warm, and simple, exactly what I liked. The first few days passed without anything strange. I kept a routine: wake up around 7, start a fire in the stove if it was cold, make coffee, go outside and walk the area. I explored a bit down the narrow trail behind the cabin. It wound through the woods for maybe half a mile before ending at a small lake. I sat there for hours some days, watching the water and listening to birds. I felt completely disconnected from everything, and that was a good thing. But on the 4th night, something shifted. I was lying in bed, Not quite asleep yet, just staring at the ceiling and listening to the soft ticking of the old wall clock, when I heard what sounded like a branch snap outside. That wasn't unusual, but then I heard a second one, much closer to the cabin, maybe just beyond the wall where the woodshed was. I sat up. I figured it was probably a deer or maybe a raccoon. The woods were full of animals. Still, I got up and moved to the window, pulling the curtain back just enough to peek out. The moon was bright enough to cast a silver glow across the clearing. I didn't see anything at first. I kept watching, eyes scanning the trees. After a minute or two, I gave up, shut the curtain, and went back to bed. The next morning, I went out to the woodshed and noticed something odd. One of the pieces of firewood on the top of the stack had been knocked to the ground. There were faint marks in the dirt nearby, could have been from an animal, but they looked too deep and spaced too far apart for a raccoon or fox. Maybe a bear. I made a mental note to stay alert and brought more wood inside. Later that day, I walked back out to the lake. This time, I noticed something else. Near the water's edge, just off to the side, were prints. Human footprints, barefoot. I crouched down and studied them. The toes and heel were clear, maybe size 10 or 11. The ground was damp and the prints weren't fresh, maybe a day old, but I was certain they hadn't been there the last time I came. That made me uneasy. I hadn't seen another person since the guy who dropped off the keys. And barefoot in the woods? That didn't make sense. No one just wanders out here without shoes. I looked around but didn't see anyone. That night, I kept the curtain slightly open, just enough to see the yard and part of the woodshed. Around 1 a.m., I woke up again. No sound this time, just a strange feeling. I looked toward the window. Someone was standing just beyond the woodshed. I froze. They weren't moving, just standing completely still, half in the shadow, half in the moonlight. I couldn't make out any details, just a tall shape, definitely human. I stayed completely still for at least 5 minutes, heart pounding so hard I could feel it in my neck. I kept watching. Slowly, the figure stepped backward into the trees and vanished into the dark. I didn't sleep the rest of the night. I sat up on the bed with the hatchet I kept near the wood stove, just staring at the window and listening. The first light, I went outside. There were faint prints again in the soft dirt, leading toward the woodshed and then back into the forest. No shoes, bare feet. I followed them for a bit but lost the trail in the underbrush. I thought about leaving that day, but I didn't. I told myself maybe it was just someone passing through. Maybe a hiker or someone with a messed up mind living out in the woods. I locked the door that night and pushed the table in front of it. The next few nights were quiet, but I barely slept. Every sound outside made my skin crawl. I stopped going out to the lake. I stopped walking the trails. I stayed inside mostly, only going out to the shed during the day for firewood. I didn't see the figure again, but the feeling of being watched grew stronger. Then, on the 10th day, I found something that made me decide to leave. I woke up early, made some coffee, and opened the front door to get some air. Sitting on the wooden step was a single object, an old, rusty folding knife. It hadn't been there the night before. There were no footprints this time, but the dew on the grass was disturbed in a long trail leading back into the trees. I picked up the knife and turned it over in my hands. The blade was dull, spotted with rust, and the handle had a crack running through it. But it was old, used, and deliberately left there. I didn't wait. I packed everything I had in less than 30 minutes, locked the door behind me, and drove straight out of there. My hands didn't stop shaking until I was 2 towns away and got a signal back on my phone. I didn't tell anyone. Not the guy who hired me, not the police. I didn't think they'd believe me. I didn't have proof. I didn't even know what I saw, but I knew what I felt. Someone was out there watching me for days. They were quiet, patient, and they wanted me to know they were close. I don't think they meant to hurt me. If they did, they had chances. I think they just wanted to be seen, wanted me to know that this was their place. And maybe leaving that knife was their way of saying, I could have come closer. It's been months now, and I still think about that cabin, about the prints by the lake, about the figure by the woodshed, about that knife. I've camped in deserts, mountains, and forests since then. I've stayed in more remote places than that cabin, but I've never felt that exact kind of fear again. the kind that builds slowly, without sound, without violence, just presence. Like you're part of someone else's routine. Like you're the one who wandered in where you weren't supposed to be. I still wonder who that person was. Maybe someone who lives off-grid. Maybe someone with a history no one knows about. Maybe someone with nothing left but the woods. But I know one thing. That cabin isn't empty, and I won't go back. I had been looking for a break for a long time. Not a vacation at a resort or a week on some beach. I wanted something quiet, far from the city. No people, no noise, no deadlines. Just me, a cabin, and silence. I found it online. A small, private cabin deep in the woods of northern Idaho, not too far from a lake. The listing didn't have many pictures, but I didn't care. It was cheap, remote, and available. That was enough for me. I booked it for a full week. I packed light, just clothes, a few canned meals, coffee, and my small camp stove in case the cabin's kitchen didn't work. I brought my old sleeping bag too, because you never know how clean those beds are. I didn't tell anyone exactly where I was going. Just said I was heading to the woods to relax, no phone service, no Wi-Fi. I figured it'd be a nice digital detox. I wasn't expecting anything to happen. Just a week of reading, sleeping, walking in the forest, and sitting by the fire. The drive up was long. The paved road turned into gravel after about 6 hours, and after another hour of dodging potholes and tree roots, I reached a small clearing. The cabin sat on a slight hill, with thick pine trees surrounding it like a wall. There was no one else in sight. No other cabins, no parked cars, not even power lines. Just nature. It felt peaceful, the kind of quiet you forget exists when you live in the city. The cabin was smaller than I expected, but not in a bad way. A single room with a wood stove in the corner, a small table, a bed pushed against one wall, and a door that led to a tiny bathroom. The walls were bare wood, old but sturdy. The kitchen had a sink, a mini fridge, and a few drawers with mismatched utensils. It was clear someone had lived here before or maybe used it often because there were random things left behind. Half a roll of duct tape, an old flashlight with no batteries, some dusty canned food, and a rusted hatchet leaning against the porch wall. I unpacked and settled in quickly. There wasn't much to do that first evening, so I cooked some soup on my stove and ate it by the front window, listening to the wind through the trees. It got dark fast. Too fast. I hadn't realized how early the sun sets out here in late summer. I didn't have any signal, just like I expected, and no internet. The silence was so deep it made my ears feel like they were ringing. I sat in the dark for a long time before I finally rolled out my sleeping bag and went to bed. That first night was restless. The cabin made sounds I wasn't used to. Little creaks, popping noises from the walls, something brushing the roof. I tried to ignore it all, telling myself it was just the wood settling or branches swaying in the wind. I didn't fall asleep until sometime after midnight. When I woke up the next morning, the sun was already high. The air smelled fresh. I made some coffee and took it outside. I stood on the porch, sipping from my tin mug, staring at the thick line of trees that surrounded the clearing. There was a narrow path behind the cabin that seemed to lead deeper into the woods. I didn't remember seeing it when I arrived, but it looked well used. I figured I'd check it out later. That day, I did nothing. I just sat around, walked the edges of the clearing, and chopped some kindling with the hatchet. Around noon, I walked down to the edge of the trees but didn't go too far. I didn't want to get lost. I kept a mental note of everything. Bent trees, weird rocks, anything I could use as a landmark. I made it back easily. Everything seemed fine. Quiet. Too quiet, but in a good way, I thought. That evening, I followed the path behind the cabin for real. Curved a little, then straightened out and ran between two steep slopes. After a few minutes of walking, I saw something that didn't belong. A pile of clothes near a tree. They looked old, dusty, sun-bleached. A jacket, a pair of jeans, and hiking boots. No sign of anyone nearby. No backpack, no gear, no ID. I didn't touch anything. Just stood there looking at them, wondering who left them and why. It was strange, but I told myself maybe someone lost them or left them behind after getting wet. Still, the boots looked placed, not tossed. They were standing upright, laces tied neatly. I went back to the cabin trying to forget about it. I told myself it didn't matter. People forget stuff in the woods all the time. But it stuck with me. I didn't sleep much that night either. Every little sound outside made me open my eyes. At one point, I thought I heard soft footsteps on the porch. Not heavy, not fast. Just 2 or 3 slow steps. But when I got up and looked outside through the window, there was nothing. Just trees and moonlight. I locked the door and stuffed a chair under the handle anyway, just in case. The next day, I didn't leave the clearing. I stayed near the cabin, splitting wood, boiling water, cleaning my gear. I kept looking at the tree line, expecting to see something, but I never did. Around late afternoon, I found something strange near the edge of the clearing. A small circle of stones like someone had made a fire pit, but it wasn't there the day before. I was sure of it. The ashes inside were fresh, gray and white, with some blackened twigs. Someone had made a fire there last night or early that morning. That night, I didn't sleep at all. I kept the lights off and sat near the window watching the tree line. Around 2 a.m., I heard a sound again. It wasn't the wind. It wasn't an animal. It was metal, like a soft clink, followed by another one, then silence. I grabbed the hatchet and stayed low. I wanted to peek out the window but didn't want to cast a shadow. I waited for nearly an hour in the dark. Nothing else happened, but something was out there. I was sure of it. In the morning, I walked to where I heard the sound. Near the fire pit, I found 2 flattened beer cans and a zip tie, just lying in the dirt. No footprints, but the grass nearby was trampled. Someone had been standing there for a while, watching, maybe. I felt my stomach twist. This wasn't right. There shouldn't be anyone else out here. The listing said it was private land. No neighbors, no campsites nearby. I packed my things. Not all of them, just the important stuff. Food, clothes, the hatchet, my flashlight. I left the rest inside. I figured I'd hike back to the car and drive out early. When I reached the gravel road, my heart dropped. My car had been moved. It was still there, but it had been backed up a few feet, crooked. The door was slightly ajar. I knew I hadn't left it like that. I checked inside. Nothing was stolen, but the glove box was open and the contents dumped on the floor. Someone had gone through it. I checked the trunk. Same thing. My tire iron was missing. I felt like throwing up. My hands were shaking. I got in, locked the doors, and turned the key. Nothing. The engine didn't even click. The battery was fine. I could see the lights on the dash flicker, but the ignition was dead. I checked under the hood. Everything looked fine, but I'm not a mechanic. I don't know what to look for. I tried again. Nothing. My car had been disabled. I went back to the cabin, gripping the hatchet so hard my hand hurt. I locked the door, covered the windows, and sat with my back against the wall, trying to figure out what to do. I had no phone service, no way to call for help. I could try walking out, but I had no idea how far the main road was. 10 miles? 20? And someone was out there, watching me, maybe more than one person. I decided to wait until morning and hike out with the first light. That night, I didn't sleep. I kept the fire low and sat facing the door. Around 3 a.m., I heard it again. The sound of footsteps. Not close, maybe 50 feet away, but slow and steady. Then I heard something scrape against the side of the cabin. Metal on wood. I didn't move. I didn't breathe. It stopped after a few seconds. Then silence. I waited until the sun came up before I moved again. I left at dawn, carrying my bag and hatchet, heading straight down the road on foot. I didn't care how long it took. I just wanted to get out. I walked for hours, my legs aching, sweat running down my back. I didn't stop. I didn't eat. Around midday, I heard an engine. I ran toward the sound, waving my arms like a maniac. A ranger truck pulled up. I nearly collapsed. The man inside looked surprised and asked if I was okay. I told him I'd been at a cabin and that someone had messed with my car. I left out the rest. I didn't want to sound crazy. He drove me to the nearest ranger station, and from there, I called the local sheriff. When they checked the cabin later that day, the door had been forced open. All my stuff was gone. The sleeping bag, the food, even the flashlight. The sheriff said they'd found tire tracks nearby. Not mine. A different vehicle. Bigger. Possibly a truck. But they didn't find anyone. Just a pair of boot prints leading into the woods and disappearing after 100 yards. They never caught whoever it was. I don't know what they wanted. Maybe they were just messing with me. Maybe they were waiting for me to leave the cabin. Maybe they were planning something worse. I try not to think about it. I haven't gone back to the woods since. I don't rent cabins anymore. I don't even go camping. I stay in. I was already burned out by the time I booked the place. I'd been working nonstop for almost a year without any real break. My job, data entry and back-end stuff, was the kind that people say is easy, but it drains your mind in a slow, quiet way. You don't notice it at first. You just feel tired all the time. You feel like you're not getting anything done, even though you're always working. I knew I needed time away, somewhere quiet, far from my apartment in the city. Somewhere I wouldn't be distracted by emails, phone calls, or even people. I found the cabin on a rental site. It looked simple in the photos. Old wood, 1 bedroom, a desk, a small kitchen, and a little porch out front. No Wi-Fi, no cell signal. Power from a generator. There was a small wood stove for heat, and a narrow gravel road that led up through thick forest to reach it. It was about 30 miles from the nearest town. That sounded perfect. I packed up my laptop, some food, books, a flashlight, a portable battery, and drove 5 hours straight into the backcountry. My car barely made it up the final stretch of the road. It was just a mess of mud, rocks, and deep ruts. I had to drive slow, crawling up with both hands locked on the wheel. When I finally arrived, the cabin looked just like the pictures. No better, no worse. About 40 feet away from the tree line. The air was cool and still. It was dead quiet. That kind of quiet you never hear in the city. It was almost heavy. I stood on the porch and looked around. No other buildings. No power lines. No sounds. I didn't even hear birds. I unlocked the front door using the code I was given and stepped inside. It was musky. The smell of old wood, dust, and dry air. There was a folded paper note on the kitchen counter with the generator instructions. Fuel's in the red can out back, it said. Turn it off at night if you don't need it. Be careful with the stove. Wood's dry. Enjoy your stay. I didn't think much of it at the time. The first day was quiet. I settled in, unpacked my things, and started up the generator. It growled to life behind the cabin. The lights flickered once, then stayed on. The fridge buzzed. I got my laptop out and opened up my files. The place was cold, so I stacked some wood in the stove and lit a fire. I boiled some water, made tea, and worked until it got dark. That night, I shut off the generator and went to bed early. The silence felt heavier in the dark. No hum of appliances, no wind, just the creak of wood as the fire died down. I fell asleep quicker than I expected. Around 3 a.m., I woke up, not from a noise, not from a dream. I just suddenly opened my eyes and stared at the ceiling. I listened. The stove was dead. The air was cold. I couldn't hear anything except my own breathing. I laid still for a few minutes. I didn't know why I felt so alert. Then I heard a sound. It was faint, a soft crunch, like footsteps on dead leaves. I sat up. I waited, trying to listen past the pounding in my ears. Another crunch, then another. It sounded like someone was walking near the cabin. Slow, unsteady. I got out of bed and moved to the window without turning on the lights. The moon was full enough that I could see the outline of the porch and the edge of the woods. Nothing moved. I leaned in closer. Still nothing. I watched for a long time before going back to bed. I told myself it was probably a deer, maybe a raccoon. It was the woods, after all. But I didn't sleep much after that. The next morning, I went outside and looked around. The ground was covered in a soft layer of dead leaves and pine needles. No clear tracks, just some scattered prints that could have been from anything. I shook it off. The second and third days were better. I worked a lot. I walked around the woods a bit, keeping close to the cabin. I read by the fire at night and wrote down ideas. I wasn't fully relaxed, but I was getting there. Still, something didn't feel right. I kept hearing things at night. Not every time, but enough that I started paying attention. Crunches, snaps. Once, I heard a low thump, like something hitting the wall outside. I would look out the windows and see nothing. Every time I told myself it was animals, but I never saw any. On the fourth morning, I noticed something strange. There were scratches on the back door. Not deep, just shallow marks near the handle. 4 or 5 of them angled downward. I ran my finger over them. They looked fresh. I checked the generator. It was fine. The gas can was still full. Nothing else seemed off. Still, it bothered me. That night, I stayed up late. I didn't turn off the generator. I kept the lights low and sat near the window with a blanket wrapped around me. I watched the edge of the woods. I left the porch light on. Just before midnight, I saw something. It wasn't clear, just a dark shape between the trees. A figure, not an animal. It stood still, too still. I didn't move. I held my breath. After maybe 30 seconds, the shape moved. It stepped behind a tree and disappeared. I waited for another hour. Nothing else happened. I didn't sleep that night. The next day, I made a decision. I packed my things and got ready to leave. But when I tried to start my car, it didn't turn over. I tried again. The engine clicked but didn't start. I checked the battery. It looked fine. No lights were left on. I didn't understand it. I'd driven it barely 20 miles in total. I went back inside and sat down. I didn't have a signal. No Wi-Fi. No bars. I couldn't call for help. The nearest town was 30 miles away. I didn't know the roads well and I had no map. I hadn't seen another person in 4 days. I thought about walking, but if something was out there at night, I didn't want to be out there in the dark. Not on foot, so I stayed one more night. I kept the lights on again. This time I sat on the bed with a kitchen knife in my lap. I felt stupid, but I needed something to hold. At around 1:30 a.m., I heard the back door creak. Not footsteps, not leaves. A slow creaking sound, like someone slowly pushing the door open. I stood up and crept to the kitchen. The door was closed, but not locked. I reached out and turned the deadbolt, heart hammering. Then silence again. I waited. Then I grabbed the flashlight and opened the door. Nothing. I stepped outside. The air was freezing. I clicked on the flashlight and swept the beam across the yard. That's when I saw it. Footprints, bare feet, in the cold dirt, leading away from the porch and toward the woods. I followed them a few steps. They were uneven, some deeper than others. They vanished into the tree line. I went back inside and locked every window and door. I didn't sleep. The next morning, I walked around the cabin. I followed the trail a little further. The prints were gone by then, but as I circled the cabin, I found something I'd missed before. A small plastic bag tucked under the cabin's edge, half covered in leaves. I pulled it out and opened it. Inside were batteries, a folding knife, a torn flannel shirt, and a stained notebook. I opened the notebook. The handwriting was rough, shaky. It said things like, "Still watching. Third night came closer. Don't sleep near windows. Doesn't like the light." The last page had only 2 words, "Still here." I dropped the notebook and stepped back. Someone had been here before me. Someone who saw the same things, heard the same things, maybe worse. I went back inside and made a plan. If I couldn't get the car running, I'd start walking at first light the next day. I gathered supplies, water, food, flashlight, knife. I marked the road direction on paper in case I got turned around. That night, I left the lights off. I stayed in the dark, lying low near the wall with the stove behind me. I kept the flashlight and knife beside me. Sometime after midnight, I heard movement again, but this time it was different, slower, more deliberate. Something brushed against the window. Then I heard breathing, right outside. It didn't move. It didn't knock. It just breathed. I held my breath. I didn't move a muscle. My fingers were clenched around the flashlight, but I didn't turn it on. Then silence. I waited until dawn before moving. The next morning, I stepped outside, heart pounding. I didn't even check the car. I just walked. I followed the gravel road. keeping my eyes on the trees. Every few minutes, I turned around. After 6 hours, I saw a road sign, then a truck. I ran into the middle of the road and waved my arms. The driver stopped. I didn't explain much, just said I'd been stuck. He drove me into town. I called a friend and got a ride home that same day. A week later, I got a call from the rental owner. He asked if I'd left some food behind. I said I wasn't going back. That was over 6 months ago. I never found out who it was. Police checked the cabin, said they found signs of someone living rough in the woods, but nothing serious. They chalked it up. I left the city behind for a while. I had been working too much, barely sleeping, barely eating, barely even talking to anyone outside of emails and video calls. Life had gotten loud and rushed. I needed to unplug, so I rented a small cabin deep in the northern woods, far off from the highway, miles from any town. It sat right at the base of a thick forest that ran uphill behind it and opened out to a small lake in front. There was no internet, no phone signal, no people, just quiet. The drive took about 5 hours. The last stretch was nothing but rough gravel roads through pine-covered hills, the kind of road where your tires throw up dust in the mirror and you don't see another car for an hour. I remember passing a faded wooden sign nailed to a tree with an arrow painted on it and the word cabin. After that, I just followed the trail until I finally reached it. The cabin was smaller than I imagined, made of old weathered logs, single story, just a door and a few windows, a small porch out front. There was a fire pit nearby with a rusty metal grill stuck in the ground. The lake wasn't far, maybe 50 yards from the front steps, beyond a narrow patch of grass. Behind the cabin, the tree line started almost immediately. Pine trees, some thick and tall, others more like skinny poles. They stood close together, tight and dense, too dark to see far between them even during the day. Inside the cabin was basic, wooden floor, one small bedroom, one bathroom, a couch, and a little kitchen with a stove that ran on propane. There was a fireplace too. It smelled like old wood and dust, but it wasn't bad. The place looked like no one had used it in a while. There was a woodpile beside the fireplace, a lantern on the table, and a note left by the owner, written in pencil, just instructions about how the propane worked and where the firewood was stacked out back. I spent the first day getting settled. I chopped some extra firewood, unpacked a little, and cooked something simple on the stove. Later, I sat on the porch and listened. No cars, no people, just wind and birds and water. I stayed out there until it got dark, then went inside and lit a fire. The heat from it filled the whole room slowly. I slept on the couch that night, just because I was too tired to bother with the bed. The next morning I woke early, not because of any alarm, but because the sun came through the window in big golden lines across the floor. I made coffee on the stove, took a walk down to the lake, and sat there for a while on a flat rock. The air smelled like pine and cold water. I didn't bring much with me, just a few books, some clothes, and enough food for the week. I hadn't told anyone exactly where I was going. I just said I was heading off-grid for a bit. No one needed to know more than that. By the second day, I started to feel the quiet in a different way. It wasn't relaxing anymore. It was heavier, more like being watched. Couldn't say why. There was no noise, no people, no distractions, but something felt off. It was small at first. I'd hear a branch snap in the woods and turn quickly, expecting to see an animal or something, but there'd be nothing there. Once, I thought I saw a shape in the trees, far up the slope behind the cabin. Just a figure, standing still. But when I looked harder, it was gone. Could have just been a tree trunk, the way the light was hitting it. I told myself I was being stupid, probably just not used to being so disconnected. I kept myself busy. I read, cooked, walked around the lake. The trails weren't really marked, but you could tell where people had walked before. I brought a flashlight and a knife in my pocket just in case, even though I didn't think I'd need them. That night, I made a fire again and sat near it for a long time. The woods behind the cabin were dark and deep and silent, the kind of silent that makes you hear your own breathing too loud. Every now and then I'd hear rustling, but nothing came out of the trees. On the third day, I woke up to find something odd. The pile of chopped firewood outside the cabin was messed up. It had been stacked neatly before. I remembered doing it myself, but now several pieces were lying scattered on the ground like they'd been kicked or thrown. Not by animals either. They were thrown far, like someone had grabbed armfuls and flung them. One log was halfway down the slope toward the lake. I stood there for a while, staring at it. The ground was dry. I couldn't see any tracks. No prints. I checked around the sides of the cabin too, but nothing. No signs of people, no broken windows, no tampered doors. Everything was locked. I stayed alert the whole day. Didn't go walking. I sat on the porch with a book and kept an eye on the woods. That night, I didn't sleep well. I kept waking up. At one point, I thought I heard footsteps behind the cabin, very slow, deliberate ones. I got up and looked through the back window. I couldn't see much, just black trees. I stayed there for nearly an hour, watching. Nothing moved. Eventually, I went back to the couch and just stared at the ceiling until the sun came up. The next morning, I found more signs. This time, it was the propane tank. The valve had been turned off. Not all the way, but enough that the flame on the stove kept dying when I tried to use it. I hadn't touched the valve since the first night. I walked around the back of the cabin again. Still no footprints. The leaves were dry and loud under my boots, so I figured I'd hear someone if they had come that way. I didn't know what to do. I considered leaving, but part of me still thought maybe I was just overreacting. Maybe it was animals somehow. Maybe I had turned the valve and forgot. I stayed inside most of that day. Around noon, I thought I saw the figure again, just barely, between the trees uphill behind the cabin. It was standing still, not moving, not even swaying with the branches. Just still. It was far, maybe 70 or 80 feet deep into the woods. But when I blinked, it was gone again. That night, I stayed up with the fire burning and my flashlight ready. I didn't sleep at all. Around 3 a.m., I heard movement. Not branches, not wind, slow steps, crunching leaves. I held the flashlight, heart pounding. Then silence again. For hours. At first light, I went out and checked behind the cabin. Still nothing. No prints. No damage. Just the trees and the slope. On the 5th day, I went for a short walk, just to clear my head. I took the trail around the lake. About halfway through, I found something that made my stomach twist. There were markings on a tree. Not random scratches or animal claw marks, but deep cuts, like someone had taken a knife and carved wide X shapes into the bark. 5 of them, all at the same height. Clean lines. And below the tree, lying in the leaves, was one of the matches from the box I kept in the cabin. I picked it up. It was definitely from my box. I had counted them before. There were 20. Now there were 19. I dropped it and backed away. I didn't finish the walk. I turned around and headed straight back to the cabin, checking over my shoulder every few steps. That night, I nailed one of the chairs against the front door from the inside and kept the flashlight and knife right next to me. The fire kept burning, and I kept checking the windows. At some point, just past midnight, I saw him. A man, standing behind the tree line, just barely lit by the moonlight. He wasn't moving. He was too far to see his face, but I knew it was him. The one I thought I kept seeing. He stood there for maybe 20 minutes, just watching the cabin. Then he stepped backward into the woods and disappeared. I didn't sleep after that. I kept the lights on until the sun came up. I told myself I was leaving. First light, no more waiting. But when I opened the front door, I saw something that froze me cold. On the porch, in the exact center of the wooden planks, was the same match I had seen by the carved tree. Laid neatly, like a message. That was it for me. I packed fast. I grabbed everything I could, shoved it in my bag, and ran to the car. I didn't even bother to lock the door of the cabin. I just started the engine and drove. Even as I was backing out, I checked the mirror again. He was there, at the tree line again, watching me leave. I didn't stop until I reached the highway. When I got signal again, I pulled over and sat in the car for a long time. I thought about calling the police, but what would I say? No break-in, no stolen items, just strange things. A man standing in the woods, a match on my porch, a few marks on trees. They'd think I imagined it. So I didn't call. I just drove home. back to the city, back to noise and people and lights. Weeks passed. I tried to forget about it, but sometimes I wake up at night thinking I hear something. I check the windows. I check the locks. I haven't been back to the woods since. But one night, maybe 2 months later, I found something that made my blood run cold again. Lying on the front steps of my apartment in the middle of the concrete was a single match, exactly like the ones from the cabin, exactly like the one left on my porch. I rented the cabin because I needed to get away from everything. I wasn't escaping anything dramatic or life-changing. I just needed space. I had been working the same job for 7 years, staring at the same screen, walking the same loop in my neighborhood every evening, eating the same handful of meals. My life had turned into a schedule I could predict down to the minute. I needed silence. No screens, no phones, just me, the woods, and whatever I found in the quiet. I found the listing online. A privately owned off-grid cabin up in the northern edge of the state, about 4 miles from the nearest paved road. It wasn't on Airbnb or any of the main rental sites, just a basic old blog-style page made by a guy named Henry who inherited the place from his uncle. The pictures were clear enough, just a single-room wooden cabin, a metal chimney pipe poking out the top, solar panels laid across one side of the slanted roof, and a compost toilet set a little ways behind the trees. It had a rainwater tank, a gas stove, a small wood stove, and a cot. That was enough for me. I took 2 weeks off from work and left the city on a Tuesday morning. It was a long drive up north. The first few hours were just dull highways, strip malls, gas stations, and fields, but once I passed Pine Hollow, the land started to climb and twist. The trees thickened, and the roads narrowed into long stretches without signs or houses. I kept glancing at the paper map I printed out from the blog. There was no cell service out there, so I had to rely on old-school directions. Turn left at the rusted gate with the green mailbox, drive down gravel road 2.6 miles, keep left at the fork, park near the big flat boulder, and so on. I got there around 3 in the afternoon. The air was cleaner, sharper. It had that cool bite that makes your lungs feel stretched. The gravel road was rough, and my car bottomed out twice, but I made it to the end. I parked beside the flat boulder like the instructions said. From there, I walked the last couple hundred yards with my pack and 2 big coolers full of food and supplies. The path was narrow, overgrown, and dropped slightly down toward a small gully before opening up into a clearing. The cabin stood in the middle of it just like the pictures. It looked even more isolated in real life. The trees formed a thick barrier all around it, like they were slowly creeping inward. There were no other buildings, no other trails, no power lines, no drone of cars or hum of nearby life. Just stillness. I unpacked quickly. The inside of the cabin was plain. 1 cot, 1 table, 1 chair, a tiny kitchen area with a gas stove and a sink that fed from the rainwater tank. A shelf with some lanterns, candles, a few old books, and some camping gear. The place had a strange smell. Not bad, just old wood and dust and something else like faint smoke. That first night, I slept better than I had in years. No streetlights, no alarms, no honking or shouting outside. Just wind and branches and my own heartbeat. The silence wasn't heavy like in the city. It was full of things. Crickets, leaves, little rustles, but nothing felt threatening. I fell asleep with the window open and woke up with the sunlight filtering through the trees. The first few days were exactly what I needed. I read, cooked, chopped some wood, hiked a few miles into the hills, and sat still for hours just listening. I stopped checking the time. I let the day happen as it came. My body adjusted quickly, no caffeine, no blue light, no screens. I felt sharper, lighter. My thoughts untangled and quieted down. But on the 4th night, something woke me up. It was around 2 or 3 in the morning, I think. There was no clock in the cabin. I woke up suddenly, heart thudding, with that strange, prickly feeling like someone had called your name, but no sound had come. I lay there in the dark, barely breathing, trying to understand what I had heard, if I had heard anything. I waited. The wind tapped lightly against the walls. The fire had burned low, just embers in the stove. I sat up slowly, trying not to make noise, not even sure why I was doing it. I moved to the window and looked out. Nothing, just trees, darkness, no movement. I told myself it was a dream. I had been sleeping so deeply for days. Maybe my body wasn't used to that. I went back to bed and stared at the ceiling until I drifted off. The next day was normal, but I couldn't shake the unease. I kept glancing toward the trees when I was outside, kept checking the window when I was inside. I chalked it up to isolation. Being alone out here, your mind could fill in the blanks too easily. I forced myself to go on a longer hike, then cooked a big meal, read until sunset, and went to bed early. The fifth night, I heard something again. This time, it was clearer. It wasn't loud, but it was distinct. A soft, sharp sound wood tapping on wood. Not rhythmic, just a single, hollow knock. I sat up instantly, fully awake. I stared at the door, then the walls. It had come from outside, near the back of the cabin. I waited, holding my breath. Then it came again, closer this time. Not a knock, a scrape, like something dragging across the outer wall, just beneath the window behind the stove. I got out of bed. I didn't turn on any lights. I crept across the room, moving slow, listening. The scraping stopped. I pressed my ear against the wall. Nothing. I held it there for a full minute, maybe longer. Still nothing. Then, just as I was about to step away, I heard it again, right behind my head. A low, slow scrape, like a nail or a stick being pulled across the wood. I didn't go outside. I stayed awake until morning. I kept the fire low and sat with a heavy flashlight in my lap, staring at the door. I didn't hear anything else that night. The next morning, I checked around the cabin. I walked the full perimeter. There were no footprints, no marks on the wall, no broken branches or trampled grass. Nothing. I told myself it could have been a branch swaying in the wind, maybe a raccoon or a deer, but deep down I knew that sound. I had been right up against the wall when it happened. It was deliberate, slow. The sixth day, I felt eyes on me. That's the only way I can describe it. Every time I went outside, to the toilet, to chop wood, to fetch water, I felt watched. The trees weren't just trees anymore. They felt full, like they were holding something behind them. I found myself looking over my shoulder constantly. I jumped at sounds. I locked the cabin door, even though there was nobody around for miles. That night, I didn't sleep. The sound came back, started the same way. A knock, then silence, then a scrape. This time, there were more, 3 knocks, then 4, like it was testing. Then came the footsteps. I didn't imagine them. I know what I heard. They were soft but unmistakable. Footsteps in dry leaves, slow, cautious, circling the cabin. I turned off the lantern. I sat in the dark, holding my flashlight, waiting. The footsteps stopped at the front door. I didn't move. Nothing happened. Then the handle moved. Just once, like someone testing it gently. It didn't turn all the way, just a twitch. I waited, every muscle frozen. Then the handle let go. The footsteps moved again around the cabin, slow, deliberate. Then silence. I didn't sleep that night either. I stayed up until daylight. When the sun came up, I opened the door and checked the ground. This time I found something. Bare footprints. Just 2. Right in front of the door. Bare human feet. No shoes. No socks. The prints were faint but clear in the soft dirt. One heel slightly deeper than the other, as if the person had been standing still. I stood there for a long time, staring at them. I didn't move. I didn't take a picture. I didn't even think about it. I just stood there until the prints dried out in the sun and faded. I packed that afternoon. I didn't care that I had booked 2 weeks. I didn't care about the food I left behind. I just packed what I could carry in one trip and hiked back to the car without stopping. The cabin stayed behind me, quiet and still. I drove straight home, didn't sleep, just kept the car moving, sipping cold coffee, watching the horizon brighten as I passed back into civilization. I didn't tell anyone. What could I say? I didn't call the owner. I didn't leave a review. 3 weeks later, I looked up the blog again. The page was gone. No domain. Just a dead link. I don't know what I heard. I don't know who it was. Maybe a drifter. Maybe someone living off-grid out there who didn't want company. Maybe something worse, something not even criminal, just cruel. But I know what I felt. There was someone out there, not curious, not friendly, someone quiet, who moved at night and watched from the trees. Someone barefoot. I've never gone back to the woods. I don't camp. I don't hike alone. I don't rent cabins. When I see trees now, I don't feel peace. I feel distance. I think about how deep they go, how easy it is to disappear in them. And sometimes, when I wake up in the middle of the night in my apartment, I hadn't been to that place in almost 10 years. The cabin had belonged to my uncle, and after he passed away, it just sat there. Nobody wanted to sell it because of how remote it was. No running water, no cell service, no power except for an old generator that barely worked. My family just let it rot out in the woods. The last time I'd seen it was with my uncle himself, when I was maybe 16. It was just the two of us that weekend. He taught me how to use a wood stove, how to shoot an old rifle, and how to keep bears away by hanging our food high in the trees. I remembered feeling safe back then, even though we were so far out. He knew those woods better than anyone. Now I was 27. I was burnt out from work, sitting in front of a screen all day, dealing with emails, fake emergencies, and non-stop meetings. I wanted to unplug. The cabin just popped into my mind one day while I was driving home. It was sudden, but clear, like a slide being pulled from an old drawer. I remembered the smell of the pine wood inside, the quiet outside at night, and how clear the stars were. I told myself I just needed a break. A long weekend alone, off the grid, no noise, no people. I didn't even tell anyone where I was going. I left a vague note with my neighbor saying I'd be out of town for a few days. That was it. I packed light. Just canned food, a sleeping bag, a flashlight, a tarp, and some gear. I brought a basic toolkit and the old hunting rifle that had sat in my dad's garage for years. The scope was fogged up and the barrel was dirty, but I cleaned it the night before I left. I didn't expect to need it, but I liked the idea of having it with me. There were bears and coyotes out there. Maybe wolves too, though I'd never seen one. The truth is, I wasn't thinking much about safety. I was focused on getting away. The drive was 5 hours from the city. The last part of it was on a gravel road that hadn't been touched in years. The trees got thicker the deeper I went. I had to stop twice to clear branches that had fallen across the road. By the time I reached the old trail that led up to the cabin, it was already early evening. I parked off the side and threw my pack over my shoulders. The walk-in was only about a mile, but it was all uphill. Thick brush on both sides. At one point, I slipped on a mossy rock and banged my knee, but I kept going. When I reached the clearing, I froze. The cabin was still there. It looked just like I remembered it, only older. The roof had sagged a little. The logs were darker. One of the shutters had fallen off and was leaning against the porch. But it was all still there. I climbed the steps and tested the door. The key was long gone, but the door was never locked anyway. Stuck at first, but then it gave way with a hard push. Inside, it smelled like dust and old pine. The last time anyone had been in there must have been years ago. Cobwebs in the corners, mouse droppings near the old wood stove, and a thick layer of grime on the windows. But the place still felt solid. The table was still in the middle of the room, the chairs stacked in the corner, and the shelves lined with old cans and rusted tools. I felt this strange calm, like I had stepped back into a world where nothing bad had ever happened. I unpacked, swept the floor with a branch broom I found behind the stove, and opened the windows to let the air in. That night, I made a small fire in the stove, heated a can of beans, and sat in silence. I fell asleep in my sleeping bag on the floor and didn't wake up until morning. The first day was peaceful. I cleaned the place a little more, got the generator running, and even found a jug of lamp oil in the shed. I hiked around the area too, retracing the trails my uncle had shown me years ago. Everything felt smaller than I remembered. The trees weren't, but the trail felt shorter, the hills less steep. I saw bear scat, deer prints, even a big hawk sitting on a branch watching me. But no people, no noise. Just wind and birds and the occasional rustle of something in the brush. The second day, I heard something strange around noon. I was chopping some dead wood near the back of the cabin when I thought I heard a snapping sound from deeper in the woods. Not just a branch breaking, more like several quick cracks, spaced out like footsteps over sticks. I stood still and listened. Nothing followed it, just the wind again. I figured it was an animal, probably a deer. I went back to chopping. That night, I couldn't sleep as easily. Something felt off. I kept hearing sounds outside. Light scratching, distant crunches. Once I thought I heard breathing near the window, but when I shined my flashlight out, nothing was there. Just black trees and silence. I locked the door with a bar across it and pushed a chair under the knob. It was probably nothing. I told myself the place was just noisier at night. Old buildings creak. Animals sniff around. That's all. The third day, I went down to the small stream to fill my canteen. The water was freezing, but clear. I saw fish in it, small ones darting between rocks. On the way back, I noticed something weird. About 50 yards from the cabin, just off the trail, there was a tree with bark scraped off in several places. Not smooth scrapes like from antlers. These were rough, uneven, and deep, like something had clawed at it. I walked over and touched one. The grooves were about the width of 3 fingers. I tried to tell myself it was a bear marking its territory, but the bark had been peeled in almost a spiral, like someone had twisted something sharp all around the trunk. I didn't like that. I went back to the cabin faster than I should have. That afternoon, I sat inside and read an old paperback I found in the drawer, the kind of cheap thriller you forget halfway through. But I kept stopping to listen. I didn't hear anything for a while, just the fire crackling in the stove. Then, sometime around dusk, I heard a thump from the back of the cabin. I froze. It wasn't an animal noise. It was too heavy, too clean, like someone stepping hard onto the porch. I didn't move. I sat there, holding my breath, my heart thudding. I waited. Another thump, then silence. I got up slowly and walked over to the window, staying to the side. I peeked out just a little. Nothing. The back porch was empty. The woods beyond it looked the same. I waited another 10 minutes, still not moving, before I grabbed the rifle and stepped outside. There were no footprints. The ground was hard and covered in pine needles, so I couldn't tell if anyone had been there. I walked a slow circle around the cabin, holding the rifle tight. No sign of anything. I stayed out there until the sun went down, then went inside and bolted the door. I didn't sleep much that night. The next morning, I was exhausted. I wanted to leave. I felt like something was wrong and I was ignoring it. I packed my bag and went out to the trail. That's when I found the first marker. It was a dead rabbit, or what was left of one. It had been pinned to a tree about 5 feet up, its legs twisted through a branch like someone had hung it there on purpose. Its fur was mostly gone, and its eyes had been removed. Cleanly. The body was stiff and dry, but not yet decayed. It hadn't been there the day before. I stood there staring at it, my stomach turning. Then I turned around. There was another one, further back, near the fork in the trail I hadn't taken. This one was a squirrel. Same thing. Pinned up, eyes gone. I didn't check for more. I just walked fast back to the cabin. My breathing was shallow. My hands were shaking. I knew someone was out there. This wasn't random. This wasn't nature. I locked myself inside and didn't go out for the rest of the day. I kept the rifle next to me and didn't light a fire. I didn't want any smoke coming out of the chimney. That night was the worst yet. Around 2 in the morning, I heard the door handle move. Not just rattle. Turned. Slowly. I had the chair under it so it didn't open, but the sound of it turning was clear as day. Then, tapping. Just 3 soft taps on the wood. Then nothing. I sat there in the dark until morning. When it was light enough to see, I opened the door and looked around. No one. But on the step, carved into the wood, were 2 deep slashes. Not random. Straight, clean, side by side. Like someone had used a knife or an axe. I was done. I packed up everything in 10 minutes. I slung the rifle over my shoulder and walked fast down the trail, checking over my shoulder every few minutes. I didn't care about noise anymore. I just wanted out. I reached the place where I'd parked. My car was gone. For a moment, I thought I was in the wrong spot, but the stump where I had split wood before the hike was still there. The old tire tracks, the marks from where I'd scraped the gravel clearing a path. Everything was there, just not my car. I stood there, stunned. I couldn't think straight. I looked down the road. Nothing but trees and dirt for miles. No one was coming. No signal. No power. Nothing. Then I saw the tracks. My car's tire marks were in the gravel heading back the way I'd come. Someone had driven it off while I was at the cabin. I didn't know what to do. I couldn't go back to the cabin. I wasn't going to sit in the woods waiting for whoever had done this. I picked a direction. I had been thinking about taking a break for a long time. Work had been eating me alive. Emails, meetings, phone calls, deadlines that kept stacking up no matter how fast I tried to get through them. I was tired of screens, tired of noise, tired of people. I needed a place where I could be completely alone, without internet, without cell service, without anything pulling me back to the busy life I had been drowning in. So I rented a cabin. It was a small place, tucked deep in the woods, about 3 hours from the nearest city. I found it on a site that specialized in off-grid getaways. The listing described it as a minimalist survival-style retreat. There was no Wi-Fi, no power except for a small solar panel, and the nearest neighbors were at least a mile away. It sounded like exactly what I needed. The day I left, I packed my car with food, water, a few clothes, a couple of books, and a notebook. I left my laptop at home. My phone would come, but only for emergencies. I promised myself I wouldn't touch it unless I absolutely had to. I just wanted to sit, read, walk through nature, and maybe sleep for 10 hours a day. That was my plan. The drive out there was peaceful. The road grew narrower the further I went. Eventually, it turned into a gravel path. For the last stretch, I had to drive between tall trees that blocked most of the sunlight. I kept checking the directions I'd printed out because there was no signal anymore. After a long, bumpy drive, I finally saw the cabin appear through the trees. It was small, wooden, and simple. Just one story with a short porch and a crooked roof that looked like it had been patched a few times over the years. There was a small clearing around it, just big enough to let in some sunlight, and beyond that, nothing but thick woods. The forest was quiet. No wind, no birdsong, just the sound of my tires crunching the gravel as I pulled up to the side. I stepped out of the car and stood still for a few moments, listening. It was the kind of silence that you only find in deep wilderness. I liked it. It was what I came for. I unlocked the cabin with the key that had been mailed to me by the owner, stepped inside, and looked around. The inside was even more basic than I expected. There was a wooden table with 2 chairs, a small kitchen area with a propane stove and a cooler, and a bed pushed against the back wall. There was no bathroom inside, just a composting toilet in a separate wooden shack about 20 yards out back. A metal water container with a spigot sat on a shelf, and a few candles and matches had been left for lighting. There was nothing fancy, nothing modern, nothing distracting. It was perfect. That first day went by easily. I unpacked, stacked my food supplies neatly, filled up my water bottle, and took a walk through the woods. There were no trails, just scattered deer paths and soft moss beneath my boots. The air smelled like pine needles and damp bark. I didn't see another soul. When I got back, I made a simple dinner and sat on the porch until the sun went down. The stars were incredible, thousands of them, shining clearly above the black tree line. I went to bed early and slept like a rock. The next morning, I woke up feeling clearer than I had in months. I ate, read a few chapters from a book I brought, and went for another walk. I kept close to the cabin because I didn't want to get lost, but I still wandered for a few hours. I saw a squirrel, a rabbit, and lots of bird tracks in the dirt. It was quiet again, almost too quiet. I remember thinking it was strange not to hear a single bird call. When I got back to the cabin, I sat down and started journaling in my notebook. I wrote about how peaceful it was, how I could finally think. I didn't write anything deep, just little observations. I wrote about the trees, the light, the way the wood creaked under my boots. But that evening, something felt a little off. I can't explain it exactly. I was sitting on the porch again, like I had the night before, but this time I felt watched. Not in a dramatic way, just this quiet sense in the back of my head that someone or something was nearby. I tried to brush it off. I reminded myself that I was in the middle of nowhere, that there were no people around, and that I was just unused to the quiet. Still, I kept glancing over my shoulder, looking into the woods behind the cabin. I thought maybe I'd seen a movement out of the corner of my eye, but when I looked directly, there was nothing. I told myself it was just a tree swaying, or a deer I hadn't noticed. I went inside and locked the door, even though I hadn't planned to. The owner had said it wasn't necessary, but I did it anyway. That night, I had trouble falling asleep. I kept hearing small sounds, twigs snapping, leaves rustling. Once, I was almost certain I heard the soft crunch of a boot on gravel. I sat up in bed and listened hard, but it didn't come again. I didn't go outside. I stayed under the covers, staring at the wooden ceiling, waiting for sleep to take me. The next morning, I told myself again that it was all in my head. I drank some water, made breakfast, and went outside to check around the cabin. Everything looked normal. No broken branches, no footprints, no sign that anyone had been there. I hiked again, a little further this time, and found a small creek about a mile out. I sat on a rock and let the sound of the water wash over me. I stayed there until it started getting dark, then walked back slowly. The cabin looked the same when I got there. Nothing out of place, but that weird feeling was back, stronger now. That night, I lit 2 candles instead of 1. I stayed up longer, just listening. Around 11 p.m., I heard it again. That same soft crunch, like someone walking just outside. Then silence. I didn't move. I held my breath. A full minute passed. Then I heard another sound, farther off this time. Maybe 20 or 30 yards away. Then again closer. I blew out the candle and sat in the dark. I didn't want whoever or whatever was out there to know I was awake. I stayed still for a long time. Eventually, the sounds stopped. The next morning, I walked around the cabin again, this time carefully looking for any signs. I finally found something. A small mark in the dirt near the back corner of the cabin. It looked like a shoe print. Not a boot like mine, something smoother, like a sneaker. It was old, not sharp, but it was enough to make my stomach tighten. There shouldn't have been anyone out here. That afternoon, I hiked back toward the creek. I needed to clear my head. I sat there again for a while, but I couldn't relax like I had the day before. I kept turning to look behind me. I felt jumpy. Every little sound made me tense up. When I came back to the cabin, I saw something that made my heart stop for a second. There was a mark on the front door, a deep scratch in the wood that hadn't been there before. It was about 6 inches long, just below the handle. Not from an animal. It looked like it had been made with something sharp. A knife, maybe. I unlocked the door and stepped inside slowly. Everything looked the same. My bag was still where I left it, my food untouched. The candles, the books, the water jug. Nothing seemed out of place. But I couldn't shake the feeling that someone had been inside. I walked around and checked every corner. There was no one. Still, that night I barely slept. I laid in bed for hours, staring at the walls, listening. I kept thinking about the scratch on the door, the print in the dirt. I kept thinking about how long it would take someone to walk here from the road, and how far away I was from any help. The next day, I didn't go hiking. I stayed close. I sharpened a stick. I don't know why, it just made me feel a little safer. I kept the stick near me all day. I didn't read. I didn't write. I just sat on the porch watching the trees, waiting. That night was the worst. Around 2 a.m., I woke up to the sound of footsteps. This time I was sure. I heard them circling the cabin. Not fast, slow, careful. Like someone was walking in a wide circle around the outside. Then I heard a thud. A soft, quick knock on the back wall. Then silence. Then another knock on the side of the cabin. Then nothing. I didn't move. I didn't breathe. Minutes passed. Then I heard the door handle move. Jiggled once. Then again. Not hard, but enough to test it. Thank God I had locked it. The handle stopped moving. Then I heard footsteps again, moving away, slowly, deliberately. I stayed frozen under the blanket until the first light came through the cracks in the wall. When the sun came up, I finally got the courage to go outside. I checked the door again. More scratches. This time 2 of them, longer. I walked around the cabin, looking for tracks. I found some. Footprints. Shoes, not boots. Sneakers, probably. Same as before. This time they were fresh. That was the last straw. I packed everything up in less than 10 minutes. I didn't even eat. I just grabbed my bag, locked the cabin out of habit, and drove. I didn't look back. I didn't stop until I got to the main road and had cell signal again. My phone had over a dozen missed notifications. I ignored them and just drove until I got home. It started as a plan to clear my head. I needed to get away from everything: phone, noise, deadlines, people. I had a writing project overdue by months, and no matter how hard I tried, I couldn't focus in the city. I lived in a cramped 1-bedroom apartment, and everything from the traffic outside to my neighbor's kid crying through the walls constantly distracted me. A friend of mine, who owned a bunch of remote land out in northern Michigan, told me I could use one of his old family cabins. Said it hadn't been used in a while, but the basics worked. No Wi-Fi, barely any cell signal, and it was deep in the woods. Exactly what I needed. He gave me directions, dropped off the keys, and told me to pack everything I'd need because the nearest town was over an hour away. The drive took most of the day. Long highways turned into cracked 2-lane roads, and those roads turned into gravel paths. Eventually, I stopped seeing houses altogether. The GPS lost signal halfway down the last stretch, and I had to rely on the written instructions my friend had given me. The air got colder, and the trees thicker. When I finally reached the clearing where the cabin stood, the sun was already dipping behind the trees. The place looked old but sturdy. Weather-worn wood, a metal roof streaked with rust, a small porch with a few broken steps. There was a single light on above the front door, powered by a small solar panel on the roof. The inside smelled like dust and wood. Everything creaked when I walked. There was a fireplace, a little kitchenette, a small bathroom, and a single bedroom with a queen-size bed and faded curtains. I unpacked my groceries, made a quick sandwich, and tried to settle in. That night, I lit a fire, opened my laptop, and stared at the blank document for an hour. Couldn't write. My brain was still tangled from city life. I decided to start fresh in the morning. By the second day, I was getting into the rhythm. I'd wake up at sunrise, make coffee, and write for a few hours. I'd take a break, walk the trail behind the cabin, come back, eat lunch, and write some more. I didn't see or hear a single person, just wind in the trees, birds, the occasional squirrel or deer. By the third day, I started exploring further along the trail. It wound deeper into the woods and split into a few forks. One of them led to a small hill about half a mile away from the cabin. From the top, I could see the trees stretch out for miles. It was peaceful, quiet, still. I stood there for a while, breathing in the cold air, thinking maybe this was exactly what I needed. But then something strange happened on the way back. I noticed a patch of ground not far from the trail. Flat, with no grass, just dry, packed dirt. It looked different from the surrounding forest floor, like it had been disturbed. I figured maybe it was an old fire pit or something. I didn't think much of it at the time. The next day, I saw it again and got curious. I went off the trail and walked over to it. The dirt was a different color, lighter and less packed down. There were some small rocks placed in a weird shape at one end. It reminded me of a headstone. I stared at it for a while and felt a tightness in my chest. Something about it didn't feel right. I walked back to the cabin and tried to shake it off, but it stayed in my mind the rest of the day. I barely got any writing done. That night, the wind picked up. I could hear it howling through the trees, rattling the windows. I lit another fire, locked the door, and tried to sleep, but I kept tossing and turning. Every time I closed my eyes, I pictured that patch of dirt. I finally dozed off sometime after midnight. I woke up to a banging sound. It was hard to tell what it was at first. maybe a branch hitting the roof. But then I heard it again, more rhythmic this time, like something knocking against the wall. I sat up in bed and held my breath. It stopped. I waited for a while, listening to the creaking of the cabin. I finally got up, grabbed the flashlight, and checked the doors and windows. Everything was locked. I went back to bed and told myself it was nothing. The next morning, I went back to the spot. I don't know why. I think I just needed to prove to myself there was nothing there. But when I got there, something had changed. There were fresh marks in the dirt, like it had been dug up recently and then covered again. The soil was loose, and some of the rocks had been moved. I crouched down and touched the ground. It was damp, even though it hadn't rained. I walked back to the cabin quickly, feeling like someone had been there. I checked around the cabin but didn't see any tracks. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling. I couldn't focus on writing after that. I kept getting up to look out the windows, checking the trees, walking around the porch. I didn't see anyone, but I felt it. That night, I brought my axe inside. It was just a small hatchet I used for chopping kindling, but holding it made me feel better. I slept with it next to the bed. The banging didn't come back, but I kept waking up every hour. Each time, I thought I heard something. Footsteps outside, a branch snapping, the crunch of leaves. I kept imagining someone standing in the dark, just beyond the tree line. On the 5th day, I decided I had to know what was buried out there. I waited until noon, when the sun was high and the woods felt less threatening. I brought the hatchet and a small camp shovel I had in the back of my car. I walked to the spot, heart pounding the whole time. I started digging. The dirt wasn't deep. Maybe 1.5 feet down, I hit something. At first, it looked like cloth. I kept digging and uncovered more of it. It was a plastic tarp, old and brittle. I pulled at it, and that's when the smell hit me. Rot. Wet, sour, chemical rot. I gagged and stumbled back, but I couldn't stop. I went back to it, holding my breath, and pulled the tarp aside. Underneath was a body, or what was left of one. It was mostly bones, but there was still some skin, some clothes. Faded jacket. One shoe. The skull had a large crack in it, and the arms were twisted. It had clearly been there for a long time. I backed away and fell to my knees. My mind was racing. I didn't know what to do. I had no signal, no phone reception. The closest town was miles away, and I was alone. I covered it back up. Not all the way, I just threw some dirt and the tarp over it. I couldn't stand the smell. I went back to the cabin, locked the door, and sat there for hours, staring at the floor. That night, I didn't sleep at all. I sat with the axe in my lap and the flashlight on. Every sound outside made me jump. I kept imagining someone coming back, someone who had buried that body. The 6th day, I packed everything. I was done. I was leaving, but my car wouldn't start. The battery was dead. I didn't understand how. It was a newer car. I hadn't left the lights on. I popped the hood and checked the terminals. They looked fine, but the engine wouldn't even turn over. Just a click. I tried over and over. Nothing. That's when I noticed the scratches. On the side of the car, long, thin scratches across the passenger door, like someone had dragged something sharp along it. I checked the other side, same thing. I went cold. I stood there, looking around the woods, but saw nothing. I grabbed my bag, the axe, a few bottles of water, and started walking. I didn't care how long it would take. I was getting out of there. I made it 2 miles before I saw the trail camera. It was strapped to a tree, almost hidden in the branches. A small, camouflaged motion sensor camera like the kind hunters use. It was pointed toward the trail. I walked closer and saw that it wasn't alone. There were more, 5 or 6, spread out along the path, all aimed toward the cabin. Someone had been watching. I ran. I didn't stop until I hit the gravel road. I flagged down a truck almost an hour later, an old man hauling lumber. He looked surprised to see me, but didn't ask questions. He gave me a ride to the nearest town. I went straight to the sheriff. They sent a team out to the cabin, found the grave, confirmed the body. Turned out it was a missing person from almost 8 years ago. A man from Illinois who had gone hiking and never returned. No one had ever looked that deep in the woods. They also found the cameras. Some of them had been wired to a battery pack hidden under a pile of brush. The sheriff said they'd been running for months, maybe years. They never found out who set them up. My friend swore he didn't know anything, said the cabin had been in the family for decades, but no one had used it in years. It was probably true. There was no evidence connecting him to any of it. I never went back for the car. The sheriff's office had it towed and later sold it. I didn't want it. I still think about it sometimes, how someone had been there watching me, maybe even coming close at night. Maybe they saw me dig up that grave. Maybe they were the reason the car was dead. I try not to think about what would have happened if I hadn't left when I did. I live in the city again now. Loud neighbors, traffic, everything I used to hate. But I sleep better with noise around me. I sleep better knowing there are people nearby. I still write, but I haven't gone into the woods again. I don't think I ever will. And I had always wanted some time away from the noise, just a few days of quiet. That's all. I wasn't running from anything dramatic. There was no big heartbreak, no job loss, no midlife crisis. I was just tired. Tired of traffic, tired of screens, tired of people talking too much and saying too little. So I took a break, proper one. Left my phone in a drawer back home. Told nobody exactly where I was going, just that I'd be somewhere out in the woods for a while. The cabin I rented was about 40 miles from the nearest town. I booked it through a small private website run by a man named Harris. He gave me the code to the lockbox and said the place had running water, basic electricity, a fireplace, and a generator in case anything failed. That was enough for me. It sat deep in a forest in the northern part of the state, where roads eventually gave up and turned into dirt trails. I liked that. Took me about 5 hours to drive out. I stopped for fuel and a few groceries on the way. Mostly canned food, a loaf of bread, some peanut butter, a few bottles of water, a lighter, 2 flashlights, and a small knife. I wasn't planning on roughing it like some survivalist. I just wanted silence. I wanted to sleep in a bed without hearing sirens or cars dragging by at midnight. When I arrived, it was around 4:30 in the afternoon. The road leading to the cabin narrowed as I went deeper, until branches started scraping both sides of my car. I kept going slow, watching how the trees got taller and denser. The air felt cooler, cleaner, the kind of air that you forget exists when you've been stuck in a city too long. The cabin itself wasn't much to look at, just a small wooden building with a sloped roof and a single window in the front. Porch with 2 chairs, a dusty welcome mat. It smelled like pine, moss, and old wood, and something about that smell made me feel calm in a way I hadn't felt in years. Inside, it was what you'd expect. Wooden walls, a small kitchenette, a narrow bed with a wool blanket, a table, and an old gas heater in the corner. There was a power box on the wall that showed the generator was fully charged. There was no internet, no TV, no phone line. I liked that. I felt like I had stepped out of time. That first night was peaceful. I made a simple dinner, beans and bread, and sat on the porch with a flashlight, watching the last bit of sunlight disappear through the trees. The silence was strange at first. Not just quiet, actual silence. No humming fridges, no buzzing phones, not even a dog barking. Just the sound of wind moving through trees and a few birds rustling. I slept like a rock. The next morning, I woke up at 6 a.m. I never woke up that early back home, but here I just felt rested. The light outside was soft and gray, and I could hear the drip of water from the roof. I made some instant coffee and walked out to explore the area around the cabin. There was a trail leading out back, mostly covered with dead leaves and broken branches. It curved down into a shallow valley with small streams and patches of tall grass. I walked for about an hour, didn't see a single person, didn't hear anything unnatural. Just me and the forest. Felt right. On the second day, something small but strange happened. I noticed fresh footprints near the side of the cabin. At first, I thought they were mine, but when I compared them to my boot prints, I saw they were different. The soles had a circular pattern that didn't match my shoes. They led from the woods to the side of the cabin, then vanished around the back. There was nothing stolen, nothing broken. The cabin door was locked the way I left it. Still, I felt uneasy, like I had been watched. I spent most of that day inside, reading a paperback I had brought with me. Every now and then, I'd peek out the window. The forest stayed quiet. The wind picked up a little in the evening. Leaves danced across the porch. The sky turned pale blue, but I kept thinking about those prints. That night, I slept with the flashlight by my side. On the third morning, I decided to walk further into the woods. I needed to shake the tension off. I followed the same trail as before, this time going beyond the small stream and deeper into the hills. After about 2 miles, I reached a clearing with a few boulders and fallen logs. I sat on one of them and opened a granola bar. As I sat, I noticed something in the distance, a splash of color that didn't belong in the forest. Orange. It looked like a jacket, a man's hunting jacket, propped up between 2 trees. I stood and walked a little closer. It was definitely a jacket, hung over a low branch like someone had placed it there on purpose. I looked around. No backpack, no tools, no boots on the ground. Just that bright orange jacket, looking almost new, like it had just been taken off and left there. I didn't touch it. Something about it made me feel strange, like it was watching me. I know that doesn't make sense, but that's how it felt. I turned and walked back toward the cabin. I told myself it belonged to a hunter. Maybe someone left it there to mark a trail. Still, it was odd. It hadn't been there the day before. I was sure of that. Back at the cabin, things felt different. I kept checking the windows. I kept hearing small sounds outside. Not big animal sounds. Not branches snapping. Just shifting. Like someone adjusting their weight slowly in the dirt. Like boots moving just a little at a time. That night, I didn't sleep well. At around 2 a.m., I heard a tapping noise. Light, rhythmic. Came from the side of the cabin. I sat up in bed and held my breath. The sound stopped. I waited. 10 minutes later, it came back. 3 taps. Pause. 3 taps. I stayed in bed, holding the flashlight in one hand and the knife in the other. I didn't move until the sun came up. When I finally stepped outside that morning, there was nothing there. No footprints. No broken branches. Just wet grass and quiet trees. I didn't go for a walk that day. Instead, I sat inside and stared out the window for hours. Every time the wind moved a branch, I flinched. Every time a bird flew by, my heart jumped. I kept replaying that tapping in my head. It hadn't been random. Felt like a signal, pattern, almost like knocking. I stayed another night. I don't know why. Maybe I didn't want to admit I was scared. Maybe I kept telling myself it was all in my head. That night, I locked the door and pushed the table in front of it. I closed all the curtains. I turned off the lights and sat in the dark, listening. Around 1 a.m., I heard the sound again. Not tapping this time. Walking. Slow, heavy steps, circling the cabin. Then silence. Then the steps again. Closer. This time stopping by the window. I didn't look. Couldn't. I stayed frozen in that chair, gripping the flashlight, staring into the blackness. The steps faded after a while, but I didn't sleep. When morning came, I packed my things. I didn't even eat breakfast. I took everything I had brought, stuffed it in the back seat, and started driving down the trail. About a mile from the cabin, I saw something in the middle of the road. The orange jacket. It was laid out flat, arms spread, right across the path. I didn't stop. I drove right around it, tires crunching the edge of the road. I didn't look back. I didn't want to. I drove until I reached the nearest gas station. I used their bathroom, splashed water on my face, and bought a coffee. The guy behind the counter gave me a strange look. Maybe I looked pale. Maybe he saw the way my hands shook as I held the cup. I got back to the city that afternoon. I turned on my phone. I had a few texts from friends asking where I was. I ignored them. That night, I kept thinking about the jacket, about the steps, about those prints. It felt like someone had been out there, watching me from the moment I arrived. Waiting, testing. I looked up that area online. I didn't find any articles. No missing persons. No strange sightings. Just camping reviews and trail maps. But when I searched for cabins in that area, The listing I had booked was gone. The whole site was offline. I tried to message the owner, Harris. Nothing. No response. The email bounced back. It was like it had never existed. A week later, I got a small package in the mail. No return address. Just my name written in thick black marker. I opened it slowly, my stomach tight. Inside was the orange jacket. Folded neatly. Clean. Fresh. No note. No explanation. I burned it in my backyard that night. I haven't left the city since. I'd been looking forward to that trip for months. Things at work had been piling up on me. The emails never stopped. The meetings ran too long. People came to me with problems they should have been able to fix on their own. I was always on, always needed, always stuck inside that same gray office with its fake ceiling tiles and buzzing lights. I needed out, not just for a weekend, but for a while. I needed quiet, nature, space, so I rented a cabin up north. It wasn't the typical tourist spot either. I didn't want to be around other people. I found a private listing online, a small, older cabin way back in the woods, about a 2-hour drive from the nearest town. It was listed by an older guy who used to rent it out to hunters. He said he didn't get many people up there anymore because it was off the grid. But I didn't care. That was exactly what I was looking for. No cell service, no Wi-Fi, just trees, wind, and me. I packed simple. I brought enough food to last a week, a solar charger for emergencies, a few changes of clothes, a couple of paperback books, and my old backpacking gear in case I wanted to hike out into the woods. I liked the idea of having no real plan, just waking up when I wanted and deciding day by day what to do. No deadlines, no one asking anything of me. The road to the cabin turned into gravel about 20 minutes past the last gas station. Then it turned to dirt after another 15. Trees thickened on both sides until I was driving through a tunnel of green. My GPS lost signal soon after, but I had printed directions. I followed the landmarks. A wooden post with a red reflector, a fork in the road with an old tire nailed to a tree, a rusted gate that hung open on one hinge. The cabin sat in a small clearing. It was smaller than I expected, with dark wooden siding and a tin roof that looked rusted around the edges. There was a little porch with a single chair and a stack of firewood beside it. The windows were dusty but intact. One chimney poked out of the roof. I walked around it once, checking everything out. Nothing fancy, just the basics, but it felt good, felt real. Inside, it was quiet and musty, dust on the shelves, old magazines from the 90s, a stove that ran on propane, a small bathroom with a composting toilet, a twin bed with a heavy wool blanket, the kind of place that didn't ask much of you and didn't offer much either. I liked it. It made sense to me. That first day, I just unpacked and sat outside with a sandwich. The air smelled like pine and dirt. I didn't hear anything except birds and wind. I stayed up until the sky turned black and filled with stars. Then I went inside, lit a candle, read for a bit, and went to sleep. The first 2 days were peaceful. I slept in. I took long walks through the woods without worrying about where I was going. I'd always had a good sense of direction, so I didn't bother with marking trails. I followed game paths, stepped over fallen logs, and once even saw a deer standing at the edge of a small creek. It looked at me for a few seconds before bounding away. I didn't bring a camera. I didn't want to take pictures. I just wanted to be present. But on the third day, something changed. It started with something small. I was sitting on the porch drinking coffee that morning when I saw movement at the tree line. At first, I thought it was another deer, but it wasn't. It was a person, a man, standing maybe 100 feet away, just inside the shade of the trees. He wasn't walking, just standing, facing the cabin. I froze. My first thought was that it was the property owner checking in, but the guy I booked from had said he wouldn't come by. I stood up and squinted, but the shadows made it hard to see. The man didn't move, just stood there, watching. I raised my hand a little, not waving exactly, just kind of a gesture, like, hey, but he didn't respond. I blinked, and he was gone, just like that. 1 second he was there, Then he wasn't. I stood there for a while, waiting. Nothing. No sound. No footsteps. No branches moving. I walked out a few feet but didn't want to go too far. Eventually, I went back to the porch and sat down again, trying to reason with myself. Maybe it had been a trick of the light. Maybe someone was hiking and passed through quickly. Maybe I was just not used to this kind of isolation. But the way he stood there, still and straight, it didn't feel right. I didn't see him again that day, but that night I couldn't sleep. I kept hearing little noises, snaps, rustles, thuds. Normally you hear that stuff in the woods. Animals, branches, the wind. But this felt different. The cabin was old and didn't have thick walls. Every sound outside echoed faintly inside. Around midnight, I swore I heard footsteps. Slow, deliberate, on gravel. I didn't have a gun. I had a hatchet, a hunting knife, and a flashlight. I got out of bed and grabbed both tools and walked around inside the cabin. Listening. Nothing. I stood by the window and looked out. Total blackness. Not a single light. My candle had long gone out. I didn't even have a lantern, just my flashlight, which I kept off. Then I heard a tap. Just one. On the glass behind me. I spun around so fast I nearly dropped the knife. I aimed the flashlight toward the window but didn't turn it on. I stared hard, trying to see any movement or shadow outside. Nothing. I waited. Then I heard it again. Tap. On a different window. I went still. That was when something in me changed. I stopped thinking in words. I just listened. I didn't even breathe loud. I moved to the corner where I could see both windows at once. The tap didn't come again. Not for a long while. I stayed up the whole night, knife in hand, back against the wall. No more taps, no sounds, no figure at the window. But I knew someone had been out there. Someone who didn't want to be seen. Someone who tapped on glass and then waited. In the morning, I went outside, walked around the cabin slowly, step by step. I found tracks, barefoot, no shoes, human. They led from the tree line right up to the window, then away again. The prints were deep enough to be fresh. The toes pointed straight forward. That day, I didn't hike. I didn't eat much. I just stayed on the porch, watching the woods. The air didn't feel peaceful anymore. Felt like it was holding something in, like the trees were waiting. I didn't sleep that night either. Around 2 a.m., I heard something again. Not a tap, a scrape, like someone dragging a stick across the outside wall of the cabin. It went all the way around, slow, constant, a full circle around the place. Then it stopped. I didn't go outside. I didn't move. The next morning, I packed everything. I wasn't trying to be brave anymore. I just wanted to leave. I loaded the car fast, locked the cabin door behind me, and started down the dirt road. About half a mile out, I saw something in the middle of the path. I stopped the car and got out. It was a small pile of rocks, just stacked there, deliberate, balanced. On top of the pile was something shiny. I leaned in. It was my pocket knife, the one I'd lost in the cabin the first day. I thought I had misplaced it near the firewood or inside my pack. But here it was, sitting right on top. I didn't touch it. I got back in the car and drove around it. The rest of the drive out, I kept checking the mirrors. The woods on both sides felt tighter than before, like the trees had moved closer. I didn't see anyone, but I never stopped checking. I made it back to town by mid-afternoon. I got gas, found cell signal, and called a friend. I didn't say much, just that I had come back early. I didn't go home right away. I stayed in a motel that night. Bright lights, security cameras, thin blankets. I didn't care. I slept hard and dreamless. A week later, I got a message from the listing owner. He asked if everything was okay. Said the next guests had arrived and found something odd. I almost didn't reply, but I did. He said they found scratch marks inside the cabin walls. Not outside, inside. Long, thin marks, like someone had dragged a nail or a knife through the wood. He asked if I'd done it. I told him no. He said he'd be locking the place up for a while. I never asked him what else they found, and I never went back. I remember the drive up to the cabin more clearly than I'd like. I took the old highway, the one with barely any signs and even less traffic. The whole trip took around 5 hours, mostly through flat farmland and then thick forest. I was headed deep into northern Michigan, to a cabin I hadn't visited in almost 4 years. I used to go there every fall with my uncle. He passed away 2 years ago, and the place had just been sitting there unused since. I wanted to go back for a weekend, partly to remember him, but also because I needed a break from everything else in my life. I wasn't going for peace and quiet like some people do. I just wanted to get away from the constant pressure of work and all the city noise. I packed a few changes of clothes, some canned food, coffee, tools, and a few hunting items, not to hunt, just in case. I didn't really plan to shoot anything. The truth is, I wasn't even that good with a rifle. I took one mostly because it was hunting season and I didn't want to be the only guy out there unarmed. That part of Michigan gets pretty active with hunters in November, and some of them are drunk or careless. Better safe than sorry. The last hour of the drive was rough. The dirt road leading to the cabin was in bad shape, muddy in some spots, full of holes in others. My old truck handled it, but barely. The trees were bare, the sky was that dull gray color that never really brightens, and the air was colder than I expected. When I pulled up to the cabin, it looked even more run down than I remembered. The front steps were leaning to one side, one of the windows had a crack running through it, and the chimney had started to crumble at the top. Still, it was standing. The door was locked, just like I left it last time. I got the door open and stepped inside. The smell hit me first: dust, old wood, and something else I couldn't name. Not rotten, just stale, like a place sealed up for too long. I walked through the small cabin slowly, checking for mice or other animals, but nothing had gotten in. Everything was where it had been years ago. My uncle's boots were still by the door, his old flannel jacket still hanging on the hook. I didn't touch them. The cabin was just one big room with a small kitchen off to the side and a bathroom in the back. The bed was pushed against the wall near the window, and the wood stove stood in the middle of the room. I brought in my things from the truck and lit a fire right away. The temperature inside was just above freezing. Once the fire caught, I made coffee, sat on the edge of the bed, and just listened. Nothing but the crackling of the stove and a few creaks from the cold wood. That night, I didn't sleep much. It was too quiet. I'd gotten used to the hum of the city. Sirens in the distance, cars passing by, neighbors moving around upstairs. Out here, there was none of that. Just wind outside and the occasional pop from the fire. Every time the wood shifted or snapped, I'd wake up. At one point, I thought I heard something outside. Not an animal, but something bigger. A step, then nothing. I told myself it was probably a deer, maybe even a raccoon, and forced myself to go back to sleep. The next morning, I walked the land behind the cabin. My uncle used to keep a trail clear, but nature had started to take it back. I followed it as best I could, climbing over fallen branches, pushing through dead brush. I found some old trail markers he'd tied to the trees, faded orange tape, barely hanging on. I walked for almost 2 hours before circling back. I didn't see anyone or anything strange, but the whole time I had this weird feeling in my chest. Not fear exactly, more like pressure, like something was off and I couldn't figure out what. When I got back, I split some firewood, made lunch, and sat out on the porch. I could hear gunshots in the distance, other hunters probably a mile or two away. It was normal for the season, but still jarring when the rest of the forest was so quiet. I noticed a few birds suddenly take off from the trees near the edge of the property. Then nothing. After that, I stayed inside most of the day. That night, I was chopping vegetables at the little counter near the stove when I noticed something strange. The window facing the front yard had a faint smear on it, like a handprint, but not clear enough to tell. I wiped it with my sleeve and forgot about it. Later, while eating, I realized I hadn't seen that smear earlier when I arrived. I brushed it off. Could have been from years ago. Maybe I just didn't notice it. Around midnight, I was still awake, lying in bed, staring at the ceiling. The fire had died down. I didn't want to get up again to add more wood. I heard a sound like a soft scrape outside. Then it came again, a little louder. I sat up and listened. It stopped. I waited 5, maybe 10 minutes. Nothing. I was about to lie back down when I heard it again, this time from the backside of the cabin. A longer scrape, like something being dragged across the wall. I got up slowly, moved toward the back window and looked out. Total darkness. I couldn't see anything. I turned off the lamp to let my eyes adjust and looked again. Still nothing. The forest was just black, and the small patch of yard behind the cabin faded into the trees. I stood there for a while, trying to hear anything. Eventually, I went back to bed but didn't sleep at all that night. The next morning, I walked around the cabin to check. I expected to see scratch marks on the wall or disturbed leaves or tracks, but there was nothing. Not even boot prints. The ground was mostly frozen, so maybe it didn't leave a mark, whatever it was. Or maybe I imagined it. Still, I kept the rifle nearby for the rest of the day. On the third night, something happened that made everything worse. I had just gotten into bed. The fire was low, and I was lying there with the sleeping bag pulled up to my chin. Just before I closed my eyes, I thought I heard something move near the porch. Not a quick sound like before, this was slow. A steady creaking, like someone stepping on the old wood out front. I sat up, heart pounding. The sound stopped. I grabbed the rifle and walked quietly to the front window. I stood to the side, peeked out from the edge. I could barely make out the shape of the porch in the dark. Then, something shifted. A figure. I couldn't see a face or any real features, but someone was definitely standing out there, close to the door. I froze. My first thought was to turn on the outside light, but it was busted. I moved back from the window, stepped behind the wood stove, and waited. The figure didn't knock, didn't move, just stood there. After maybe 2 or 3 minutes, they stepped off the porch and walked out into the trees. I didn't sleep at all after that. In the morning, I checked again. This time, I found clear boot prints in the dirt near the porch. Not mine, different size, smaller. They led from the road into the trees and then back again, circling the cabin once. I knew right then that someone had been watching me. I couldn't tell how long. Maybe since the first night. Maybe they were the one who made the handprint. I packed my stuff that afternoon. I didn't care about the food or supplies. I shoved everything important into the truck and was ready to leave by sunset. I didn't want to spend another night out there. Just before I got in, I walked back to the porch one last time. I looked toward the trees and saw nothing. But when I turned to go, I saw something small tucked between the woodpile and the wall. A cigarette butt, fresh. Someone had stood there and smoked, probably while watching me through the window. I left it there. The drive back felt longer than before. I kept checking the rearview mirror. Every time I passed a car or a truck, I wondered if it was them, whoever was out there. I didn't stop until I got to a gas station near the highway. I never reported it. What could I say? That someone stood on my porch and didn't do anything? That someone walked around my cabin at night? It wasn't a crime, but I know what I saw. I know I wasn't alone out there. I haven't been back since. The cabin is probably still standing, but I don't plan on checking. That place isn't mine anymore. Not really. I left something behind when I drove away. Not a thing. More like a part of myself that still doesn't understand what happened. I still wonder who that was. A hunter? A drifter? Someone who knew the cabin was empty for years and didn't expect anyone to be there? I'll never know. But the thought that keeps me up some nights is this. If I hadn't heard the footsteps that third night, would they have just kept watching? Or would they have come inside?